We are live at Collectible for Monday, February 26th. Live Facebook record sale. Had to put the TH on the end of that. Sorry to keep you waiting. We got lots of complicated business going on here. Very diverse algorithms, and let me go ahead and start getting it shared. I'll just stop talking. Go ahead and like the post as soon as you see it. I would greatly appreciate it. Also, make sure you hit share, copy link. I'm going to click over here into the group. One of the first things I'm going to do, though, is get it shared. Share it in the groups. Boom. Let's also share it in this group. I'm going to share it over there in this group. Let me hit copy. Let me hit copy link. Groups, whole lot of records. And let me click on my name. Welcome, everybody. Sorry we was a few moments late, but we're here and ready to rock and roll, literally right now. Let me click that, and please link not be dead. Okay, the link is alive. You gotta be careful. Some of these links, they don't work. I start sharing them, then I go back, and everybody's like, I can't click on it. I gotta make sure it turns blue where you can actually click on it. Then I made a post. How many minutes ago was that? I made a post 33 minutes ago. And let me share the link in the comments as I said I would. And then lastly, let's go to YouTube. We do have new, yes. Can you hear the pricing gun in the back? You hear that pricing gun? That's Paul standing right behind me, actually marking more new vinyl as I speak. Literally, as I speak. We got great auctions to run tonight. I've got a handful of stuff to pull out. Paul's pulled out some stuff for me. We've got a Derek Riggs signed print. He's the guy who pretty much, I think, created Eddie from the Iron Maiden artwork. I got some Rush tour books to auction. Got a stack of LPs to auction. Plenty of new vinyl to go through. And we're going to have a pretty solid sale of new arrivals. And then we'll get to some discount stuff. And by then, everybody be sleepy and ready to go back for, go to bed and come back for more tomorrow. So that's what we're going to be doing. Let me go ahead and click on the YouTube video as well. Make sure you click the thumbs up button on the YouTube video as well. See that? See the thumbs up button? Wow, it jumped up a lot. Did y'all see that? It was like 8, 19. Now it says 11. That's weird. So make sure you hit that. I'm also going to click share link, copy link. Now, we have many forms of social media. We have a Facebook page, which I hope most of y'all are familiar with. And then we have a YouTube. And then we have a Instagram. Now, we don't do much live streaming on Instagram. We've actually never live streamed on Instagram because you can't. They've got it kind of integrated now, but I usually just use that to share links to the YouTube video. So literally on our story right now is a link on our Instagram story. See, you can click here, and there's our Instagram story. And there's the Live Now button. So that's how that works. What's the line in the center of the screen? Good question. I don't know what that is. I actually told Paul, I was like, it's going to get asked about a bunch. I have no idea. Link is in our story. All right. So let me click off all this now. Let me close off all of our maps, our apps. And let me open up our chat and we'll get started here. So, yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't want to touch the GoPro because Tanner's not here or Jake. And not that me and Paul couldn't handle it, but as y'all know, I have touched the GoPro before and it's completely shut down the live stream. So I'm going to leave the black line on there. So there it is. Sorry about that. It's going to have to stay up there. So we're going to get some auction started in just a second. First thing I'm going to do is grab one of these first crates of new vinyl Paul has marked. These are some massive restock new vinyl. I remember ordering this stuff. I told y'all it's quite time consuming. Whew. This is one of the biggest new vinyl orders I've seen come in a while. I mean, it is a lot of stuff. So we're about to start going through it. Hope everybody's ready. Now, the other thing we're going to get asked about is invoices. And Ed informed me that those are still being processed. So that's also going to be something you see a lot of people hop on. A lot of people want to get answers. A lot of people have messaged the page as we usually instruct. There'll also be people wanting answers. They'll hop on here demanding an answer. some of them I'll be able to answer, but right now we're focused on this week's sales. So if you see me ignore a bunch of questions, I'm not doing it purposely. I'm doing it so we can continue on selling. But I promise invoices are coming. Once again, we have exceeded sales, and I don't know how else to say it, except but the only thing I could say is thank you. Instead of making excuses, the only thing I can say is thank you, which means, once again, our growth is seeing this exponential increase. And so we're just playing catch up once again. So thanks, everybody. That's all I can say. That's all I can say is thank you, because that means it's like, it's just unbelievable. I have no other words except thank you. So they're coming, I promise. We had pretty much the full staff here working today. All right, here we go. I'm going to go into new vinyl right away. This is all new and sealed stuff. We'll probably get through here, and let's go ahead and start showing some new LPs. There's a lot of popular artist restocks in here. Okay, popular artist restocks. That means you're going to see a ton of Led Zeppelin albums, Pink Floyd albums, Judas Priest albums. Who else, Paul? Led Zeppelin, well, that's most of them. Pink Floyd, yeah. We've got the entire Pink Floyd discography. So here we go. We have first, Kiss is another one. Judas Priest, British Steel. Everything in here is new and sealed. $29.99. Breaking the Law, Living After Midnight. $29.99. Judas Priest, British Steel. I got 2 copies of Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder. This is a live album by Pink Floyd. Originally came out in 1988. This is a 2 LP remaster of Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, $49.99. There's another copy of Judas Priest, British Steel. 2 copies of that. Beck, Odelay. Beck is a $33.99. $33.99. Beck, Odelay, $33.99. And Megadeth, Euthanasia, $39.99. This is a picture disc. Got these back in stock. Megadeth, Euthanasia, $39.99 for Megadeth, and Pink Floyd, The Wall. This is a remaster. Now, I have my laptop over here. Let me go ahead and open up my master spreadsheet and make sure there's not waiting lists, because some of these that I have 2 and 3s of, there may be somebody waiting on a Pink Floyd album here, a Pink Floyd album there, but with 7 or 11 crates of new vinyl, however much we have tonight, it's either 7 or 11, or I could be thinking about the gas station, one of the two. I do stop at 7-Eleven a lot. It's right next to my house. So $49.99 for Pink Floyd, The Wall. That is available. And we have Sturgill Simpson. This is Sound and Fury, $33.99. $33.99. Greg Preston on Judas Priest. First sell of the night. I used to could say first sell of the week, but Paul, you've got to start that on Sundays now. The first record you sell on Sundays is technically the first sale of the week. I used to say that on Mondays. I'd be like, first sale of the night and first sale of the week. But now that starts on Sundays. We had a sale yesterday, which feels like 2 days ago. But that was Sunday. And that stuff's over here. That will start a new invoice. And then everything tonight's on a new invoice. $29.99. This is Judas Priest. That is British Steel. I have 1 copy left on that. I have 2 copies of Ministry, Psalm 69. This is $33.99. Ministry. Everything in here is new and sealed. Scott Marchheim wants Judas Priest, British Steel. That's sold to Scott as well. Both of those are sold. That one's sold to Scott Marchheim. 0 copies left. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And then there's the ever-popular Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, remaster. Let's get started right off the bat with a Dwight Yoakam. Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. This thing's in shrink wrap. It has the original inner sleeve. We're going to put it up for a $35 start. This is Dwight Yoakam, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve. The cover's in shrink wrap. And this is a Columbia house pressing, $35 start. That album's never been reissued. It's not in print. Only way's the OG. Or the Club, one of those original pressings, $33.99. Jetstream wants a Wish You Were Here. Dwight Yoakam's at $35 and $35. And Gin Blossoms, this is New Miserable Experience. Gin Blossoms is $29.99. I got 2 copies of the Gin Blossoms. Speaking of Pink Floyd, we have The Dark Side of the Moon. The 50th anniversary edition on black vinyl, $38.99. $38.99 for Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. You out of stickers? Paul has run out of stickies. He's run out of price tags. He's priced so much. Auction number 2 of tonight. This is the original Rapper's Delight Sugar Hill Gang. Some say this is what started it all in the genre of rap and hip-hop. There may be a couple things a little bit sooner before this, but this is the original 12-inch single of Rapper's Delight, Sugar Hill Gang. That's the short version, and on the back is the long version. It's in the original Sugar Hill record sleeve, VG Plus condition, $15 start. $15 start. That's now up for auction. Let's go back up to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. The last thing I pulled was British Steel and then Wish You Were Here. Dwight Yoakam got a bid for $35, then another $35 bid, then a $40 bid. We have Steve Howe getting a Ministry, Psalm 69. That's sold to Steve Howe. James Ludwig wants a Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder. That's sold to James Ludwig. Another $35 bid on Dwight Yoakam. Now a $45 bid on Dwight Yoakam. Steve Howe wants a Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. That's sold to Steve Howe. Jetstream wants a Dark Side of the Moon. We have Sugar Hill Gang at 15, Sugar Hill Gang at 20, and we have that's at 15 again. Okay, that's another 15. Did I not put the right date? Oh my goodness. How much stuff how much more mistakes can I already make tonight? I'm sorry, I'm human. I've got a black line on the screen. I've started the stream late. I've put up the wrong date. Oh my gosh. I might as well just end everything and not sell any records tonight. Let me get on here right now and try to change the date. How much more can I do wrong? Oh my gosh. I guess y'all are going to fire me. Oh my gosh. Invoices, still sending out invoices. Black line on the screen. Started the sale late. Wrong date on the title. Oh my gosh. This is absolutely, this says Sunday, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. All right, let me try to change this right quick. We have Monday. Now, I have no idea how to change it on YouTube, which isn't good. So let me put this as Monday 02/26. Okay, it's changed on Facebook. Let me open up my laptop over here. Well, it's already open. Let me open up YouTube and try to fix it on YouTube right quick. Oh boy. Okay. Everything is just way off today. And it's like, we got some really good stuff to show too. It's always the nights when there's really good stuff. It's like, can I edit this, please? Let me click on it from the admin side. Analytics, edit video. Aha, please let me change the title. 71 people says it's watching now. Creator Studio. I like where this is going. I better change this right now because I don't want it to mess up when they're trying to find these things to, let's see, Monday 02/26. Aha. Cannot save until errors are resolved. No, this was not made for kids. You always got to check that box. They won't let you. You got to go through certain different things. Okay, it's changed. All right, it's changed. Now, I don't know about it. We're leaving X up. We're leaving X up. Okay, let's go back up at the top. So we left off by saying, well, man, it's been so long ago. I don't know. Steve Howe, I pulled you a Wish You Were Here, right? I pulled Steve Howe, Wish You Were Here. Jetstream got Dark Side of the Moon. Sugar Hill Gang got a bid for $20. And then when you get in the clear version Dark Side, it comes out. We got a pre-order up. Let's see here. We've got the date changed. Happy Monday. We have Dwight Yoakam 41. It is Monday. And Dwight Yoakam's at 45. And we have, I'm almost at the bottom. And Dwight Yoakam's out. Okay. Now, back up to the top, we have Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets, $33.99. This is in mono. It's 180-gram mono remaster of Pink Floyd, Saucer Full of Secrets, $33.99. Also got a restock of Pink Floyd music from the film More. They did a soundtrack to a film called More. This is it, $33.99. And we have, two different copies of that. Is one of them mono? What is going on here? They're both the same. We got 6 copies of More. I must have accidentally double ordered that. They look different, though. One of them might be an import. Yeah, one of them might be a UK version, made in the EU. and that's the U.S. version. Yeah, there's two different versions there. Dio Holy Diver, that's the 2 LP Joe Barari remix, $39.99, and Jimi Hendrix Are You Experience, another remaster, pressed at QRP, $28.99. All right, so let's update these auctions. Dwight Yoakam Guitars Cadillacs, Dwight Yoakam Guitars Cadillacs. The last bid that I had on this is an OG club copy, which means it's a club copy that was pressed the year of release, because I'm pretty sure I've looked up enough of these. Yeah, well, actually, there was an EP for it. This is 1986, yes. There was a club copy in 1986. Trust me, I've looked up a bunch of Dwight Yoakam's Guitars Cadillacs. David Tate had that for $45. David Tate had that for $45. Marianne bid $46. And now the Sugar Hill Gang, the last bid that came in, this is a VG Plus copy. VG Plus copy, the last bid on my screen was Jetstream at $20. He's still the high bidder. Hayden Ernest wants Pink Floyd more. Hayden, I don't know if you care if it's a UK or US, so I'm just going to pull one out and give it to you. That's sold to Hayden Ernest. Scott Marchheim wants Dio Holy Diver, and Dwight Yoakam is at $47. Dwight Yoakam has a new bid. Led Zeppelin 3 remaster, $33.99. Led Zeppelin 3. And Black Sabbath Paranoid 2012 remaster, $33.99. So, new bids on auctions. Dwight Yoakam, $47. Sugar Hill Gang, $25. And I have one copy of Radiohead in Rainbows, $39.99. Radiohead in Rainbows, $39.99. Now, we have another Delica Sound of Thunder. This is a 3 LP box set, $84.99, 24-page book, 180-gram vinyl. This is actually that complete concert, $84.99. Dwight Yoakam's at $47 with David Tate. That's the highest bid. By the way, Dwight Yoakam is in shrink wrap. He does have the original inner sleeve, and it is near mint minus. It's a very clean copy in shrink wrap, well taken care of. Rapper's Delight is Sugar Hill Gang. Rapper's Delight. The song that some say started it all. Matthew Kopus has it for $25. Mike Brangle wants Radiohead. Jetstream is out on Sugar Hill Gang. Marianne's out on Dwight Yoakam. System of a Down, Toxicity, or as I used to say it, Toxic City, but it's Toxicity, $28.99. And Judas Priest Turbo, $29.99. Another Judas Priest Turbo, 30th Anniversary Remaster, $29.99. Genesis, We Can't Dance. Genesis is $46.99. That is a 180-gram, 2 LP remaster. Yes, it's cool seeing this on new vinyl. As a Yes collector, I don't think I have one of these. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans, a new copy. I don't think I've ever had this. That's why I ordered it. Tales from Topographic Oceans, $46.99. The 1973 double album that set the standard for prog rock. That's what the hop sticker reads. And Tedeschi Trucks Band Live. Everybody's talking. 3 LP, music on vinyl, $64.99. All right, so we have a final call on the Dwight Yoakam. One more call. Final call. David Tate has it for $47. Surprised that doesn't have another bid. It's never been reissued. Now, by the way, people's been asking me about the Dwight Yoakam Record Store Day box, but I don't think it's vinyl. I think it's CDs. I may be corrected on that, but I didn't think they did CDs for Record Store Day. They do. We do. So, yeah, Paul says they do some. Yeah, they do CDs. Yeah. So, evidently so. I don't think it's vinyl they're making for that. All right, and then Fred Carnell wants Delica Sound of Thunder. Fred wants the box set there. Sugar Hill Gang got a new bid for $26. Mike Tonetti wants System of a Down. We're definitely going to have to take a waiting list for this. Jamie Wills Erickson, if it's okay, you're going to be first on the waiting list for System of a Down. James Ludwig gets Turbo. That's so to James Ludwig. Dave Kavanaugh gets a Judas Priest Turbo. Sugar Hill Gang 30. Ian P. wants a Led Zeppelin 3. Ian Pavelko. That's as close as I'm going to get. That's so to Ian. Steve Howe wants a Yes. Wow. Now that's something I don't get to say every day. Steve Howe, the lead guitarist, just bought this album. That is so to Steve Howe. Kelly Bagwell wants Tedeschi Trucks Band. That's so to Kelly Bagwell. $32 bid on Sugar Hill. And we have Sugar Hill at $40. And we have Dwight Yoakam, Guitars Cadillacs. This is now sold to David Tate for $47. It is sold. David Tate, Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc. David Tate, that's sold to you. We got two other OG Dwight Yoakum albums to run. Now, Sugar Hill Gang, the last bid that came in was Matthew Kopus at $40. That's going twice, going 3 times. Now, like I said, most of this in here is Led Zeppelin and Judas Priest and Pink Floyd restocks. But let's go through one more time. If it's just hopping on, this is our first crate. Then we're going through new vintage stuff. Rush, no price.
It's not even on the invoice.
Oh, those probably came separate. They're $34.99.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, those came in a different shipment. Are those 180 gram? I hadn't got to look at them yet. There's no sticker on them, isn't it?
No, there's nothing.
Okay, I got to show those in a minute. Most of these are already sold. I made a post about those. Okay, so let's go through this one more time. Then we're going to go through the first crate of check condition stuff. Fantastic check condition stuff tonight. Let me move my camera a little bit better. I don't need my Adominum in the video. We have Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, $49.99. That's the 2 LP version of Delicate Sound of Thunder. Live Pink Floyd. Beck, Odelay, 1 copy, $33.99. Megadeth, Euthanasia Picture Disc, 3 copies of Megadeth, $39.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. 3 copies, 2 LP remaster. Sturgill Simpson, Sound and Fury, $33.99. And last copy of Ministry, Psalm 69, we've sold 2. There's 1 left, $33.99. And also, another Pink Floyd. We sell a lot of these because the OG copies, it's always hard to get. They're never in the best condition. They never sound as good as this. And that's Wish You Were Here, $33.99. And then we also have Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience, $29.99 for Gin Blossoms. John Howard first on Beck. If you haven't already, please make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. If you can, please share. Thanks for doing that. We have a final call on Rapper's Delight. This is now a final call to Matthew Kopus. Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight, VG Plus condition, final call. VG Plus condition, final call. Let me put this Dwight Yoakam back in a sleeve right quick. Let me put that back in a sleeve right quick. And we have another Dwight Yoakam. Let's go ahead and probably knock out all 3 at some of our first 3 auctions. The next one is probably out of the 3 the most difficult to get, which is called Just Looking for a Hit, which I'm pretty sure is a compilation. It is. This is like a hits compilation. Dwight Yoakam, Just Looking for a Hit. It also has the original inner sleeve, and this is a $40 start. Vinyl is super clean, $40 start on that. Okay, last thing was Beck Odelay. Beck Odelay to John Howard. Matt Lawson on Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. I have more copies if anybody wants one. Dan Davis gets a Ministry. That's so to Dan Davis. And is that the Megadeth, the only album they reissued? This is the only way you can get this is as a picture disc. It's not being reissued on black vinyl, if that's what you're asking. We have the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon, $38.99. We have 3 copies left of Salsa Full of Secrets. That's in mono remaster, $33.99. Music from the film More is $33.99. Jimi Hendrix Are You Experienced is $28.99. Led Zeppelin 3 is $33.99, and then we haven't sold a copy of Paranoid yet. Iron Man, War Pigs, it's Paranoid, $33.99, and Genesis, We Can't Dance, $46.99. $46.99. All right, let's sell Matthew Kopus to Sugar Hill Gang for $40. The White Yoakum has bids for $50 with John Smetzer, $50 with John Smetzer, and let me grab a new auction. This next auction is called The Best of George Harrison. This is in EX condition. The jacket's not bad whatsoever, probably VG Plus or better, and this is going to be a $20 start. The Best of George Harrison. It has the original inner sleeve, very cool inner sleeve actually. Well, y'all aren't going to believe this, but I told Paul my mics went out. What else is going to go wrong? Let me repeat everything that's went wrong again. There's a black line on the screen that I don't know how to go off. I started late. What else has went wrong? I mispronounced abdomen. Paul, thank you for adding to the list. Oh my gosh. Yep. All right. Good night, folks. Okay. Back up to the top. We left off by saying Dwight Yoakam is a club copy. Yes. Dwight Yoakam is a club copy. And the last thing that was on my screen before the mic failure was Stephen Freyu 51, John Smetzer 55. Alex asked, is it a club? I said yes. Jamie said 20 on George Harrison. Mike, sound. Mike, sound, no sound, Mike. Lots of sound comments. George Harrison, 25. Dwight Yoakam, 56. I'm almost to the bottom. We have wrong date. Yes, wrong date. Okay. Oh boy, I gotta do something different next video. Besides putting a black line on the screen, I'm gonna put a filter on it, make everything look green. Okay. Greg wants a Jimi Hendrix art experience. Now, if I missed anything during that, if I missed any claims, you'll have to send them again, because the last thing I pulled was I ended the auction ministry. So if I missed anything during all that, it was a lot of chaos. So, Greg, I see you're experienced. Let me go through this one more time and make sure I didn't miss anything else. I will say one thing. The chat is absolutely on fire tonight. Okay, no Blackberry smoke. Chris, I don't think I'm going to get the indie exclusive. I'm going to make another post, and I know I can get black vinyl. I think the indie exclusives were pretty allocated, so I may have to make a whole new post for black vinyl. I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be getting any indie exclusives. I think I ordered 30, and I think they're sending me 0, so we may have to settle for black vinyl. All right, let's keep going through this. Let's go ahead and go through the first bin of new check condition stuff. I hope everybody's ready. If you haven't already, please like the Facebook post. Please like the YouTube video. Make sure you're liked and subscribed. And yes, there's been a lot of problems tonight, but it's been a really good sale so far. First auction. First record is Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. VG condition, $9.99. Robert Frost reads his poetry. VG Plus condition, $9.99. This is a check condition bin. New vintage arrivals. What's that say? Barabbas? Is that right, Paul? VG Plus $17.99. I got Paul here behind me. He's going to help me pronounce some of this. Ricky Skaggs, Don't Cheat in Our Hometown. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Countdown, Time in Outer Space. The Dave Brubeck Quartet. VG condition, $9.99. The Dave Brubeck Quartet. Ira and Charles Leuven, the Leuven brothers. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. EX condition, $32.99. It's a 70s press. All right, so back up to the top. The last thing I said was the Dwight Yoakam, $56, was Stephen Freyu. Stephen Freyu made that bid. Stephen Freyu. George Harrison had a bid for $45. My mom has not baked any chocolate pies lately. That may be the problem. Nate Johnson, you're first on Robert Frost. That's so do you. Dwight Yoakam, $57. George Harrison, $50. Brett Mutzel, first on Dave Brubeck. Dwight Yoakam, $58. George Harrison, $53. Matt Lawson, Bob Dylan. Continuing. Fresh Raspberries. VG condition, $12.99. The band, this is really cool. It's a UK copy of Music from Big Pink. VG condition, $14.99. An amazing album. Speaking of Bob Dylan, he painted the cover artwork. VG condition, $14.99. And the Hullabaloo Show. Very cool. I already have this. VG Plus, $14.99. That's in my 60s TV collection. The Hullabaloo Show. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick with the original newspaper cover. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Dwight Yoakam got a new bid for $59. Michael Youngkin put Ricky, and that was for Ricky Skaggs. That's so to Michael Youngkin. Yes, I'll keep that. Thomas Hujar on the band. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. He was first. George Harrison, 58. Nate Johnson, second on the band. Patrick Lear, third on the band. George Harrison, 55. We already had a $58 bid on George Harrison. And John Smetzer has the high bid on Dwight Yoakam for 59. That's where we're at. Also, Grand Funk. I call it the Red Album. It's technically self-titled, VG condition, $12.99. Grand Funk, the Red Album. Buckeye Bandstand. Wow. Ohio. The Ohio State University. VG condition. $9.99. From the Ohio State University. VG condition. $9.99. Tim Harden 2. A 1967 pressing. VG condition. $24.99. We have Michael Youngkin on Tull. We have an out on George Harrison. We have Darren Davis put boo. Now, is that for hullabaloo or is that booing the Ohio State Marching Band? Dwight Yoakam has a new bid of $60 with Stephen Freeyu. John Smetzer, you're out. George shares the high bidder on George Harrison. George has the high bid on George for $62. That's where we're currently at. Popeye, the original motion picture soundtrack, VG condition, $9.99. Let It Be by the Beatles. VG condition, $19.99. Now, John don't have any information written on this. However, that looks like the first label. It has Phil and Ronnie in the dead wax. Paul's agreeing with me. That is OG. That's usually the correct label for that. $19.99. Discotheque number 1. Wow, look at this track listing. Stevie Wonder, Junior Walker, The Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross, Smokey Robinson, Jackson 5. That's a disco compilation. VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Robert Palmer, Some People Can Do What They Like. Robert Palmer's EX condition, $17.99. Oh, Monster. Can you get that out of the freeze? Paul's going to go retrieve a frozen monster. Now, if you're new to the show, you're probably like, what's about to happen? So we have Dwight Yoakam's at 60. We have George Harrison's at 65. Matt Barnhill first on the Beatles. Denise Kennedy is second. Stacy Metternich first to disco. So Matt got the Beatles. Stacy got the disco. John Dorsey wants the Ohio State University. I'm hoping that's a claim. If it is, John Dorsey, that's so to you. Thomas Hujar first to Robert Palmer. We have Darren Davis second. And Stacy, you did get the disco compilation. All right. Now, and Darren, I'm assuming you did not want the hullabaloo. Or do you? Do you or do you not? Robert Palmer, Riptide, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Jamming with Edward, essentially the Rolling Stones with Ry Cooder, Nicky Hopkins, VG condition, $14.99. Darren does not want the hullabaloo. He was booing the Ohio State University. Thank you, Paul. Awesome. This has been in the freezer. Hopefully it's nice and cold. I definitely need it. So Paul just left. He helped me price 7 crates of new vinyl. Actually, he priced them all. I got the prices. He put the stickers on them. So we've already been through 1, so we still got 7 more crates of new vinyl to go through. We've got 4 crates of new vintage stuff. Obviously, we have great auctions tonight, and I'm about to get in some other stuff. I got a signed Derek Riggs print. We got some tour books. I got a box of Japanese vinyl that I might literally have to open during the sale. Great vintage stuff. Y'all know the drill. So we got 307 people watching right now. Fantastic. So I left off by saying George Harrison, 67. And we have Dwight Yoakam. I think I saw an out. John Smetzer out. Stephen Freeyu has the Dwight Yoakam, just looking for a hit. Compilation, hits compilation, original or sleeve, near McMinus. It's a club copy. Final call for $60. George Harrison is at 67. Final call on that. Continuing, we have Inspector Clouseau. I messed that up earlier. I said, Paul, I'm going to butcher this whenever it comes up. Clouseau. The original motion picture score, VG condition, $14.99. Graham Nash and David Crosby. Graham Nash and David Crosby. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And the Golden Hits, the Shangri-Las, VG Plus, $14.99. The Golden Hits. Also, Waylon Jennings, Are You Ready for the Country? VG condition, $12.99. I have been letting the monster sit upside down. So, Let me take a drink of this right quick. Trust me, I desperately need it. All right. Back up to the top. Thank you for allowing me to take a quick break. George Harrison, 68. Sean Holford on IC. That's Inspector Clouseau. Thank you, Sean Holford. John Dorsey wants N and C. Nash and Crosby. So did John Dorsey. George Harrison, 70. Matt Lawson, CN. That was Crosby and Nash. Matt already sold. We have Travis Wade on the Shangri-Las. Josh Tanner first on Waylon Jennings. Nate Johnson, you were second. And Dwight Yoakam is sold to Stephen Freyu for a winning bid of Stephen Freyu gets this for $60. Stephen Freyu gets this for $60. All right, now, I told you we'd probably run all three Dwight Yoakams in a row. Let's do the third one, which is Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. No condition notes on this one either. This one's actually a retail OG copy. $35 start. Dwight Yoakam. Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. VG Plus cover or better. Original under sleeve, and just like the other two, fantastic, beautiful vinyl. $35 start. All right, they're still battling it out over the George Harrison. George Scherer has it for $70. Still going. Got great new vintage check condition stuff here. The Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rosington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. VG Plus condition, $17.99. Heroes de Plastico, The Devices, from 1981. Never heard of that. VG condition, $9.99. And John Patton, Accent on the Blues, from 1969. VG Plus condition, $49.99. $49. Ooh, that's on Blue Note. VG Plus condition. I didn't even catch that. $49.99. Dwight Yoakam, 35, 37. We have out on George Harrison. Tony Freeman wants Stevie Nicks. And Thomas Hujar on the John Patton. George Harrison then is a final call. The best of George Scherer has George for $70. Final call. Mark Lent, you were second on Patton. The Rolling Stones Flowers. VG condition, $14.99 for Flowers. Blue London label. VG condition, $14.99. The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. Original cast album. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Shot of Love. Bob Dylan's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. George Scherer on the Rolling Stones. Josh Tanner wants Texas. That's sold to Josh Tanner. And George Harrison is sold to George Scherer for George Scherer gets to George Harrison for $70. That is sold. One of my favorites. Awesome. I was thinking about doing another, my best top 5 list, and I was going to do my favorite George Harrison songs. And just like the Led Zeppelin, I've been thinking about it for 3 weeks. That's why I hadn't done another video. If I'm going to make a video on my top 5 favorite something, I'm really going to put a lot of thought into it. I thought about that Led Zeppelin video forever. I did a lot of listening. And my top 5 George Harrison songs, that would be tough. Solo career and Beatles. The Doors, LA Woman. Now, this looks like an interesting pressing. $29.99. It's in EX condition. It's not an OG pressing because it doesn't have a window, but I'm pretty sure it's an older, if not earlier, 70s press based on that label. That's EX condition, $29.99. And we have Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Dire Straits is in VG condition, $14.99. Dire Straits RL mastering. It is in VG condition, but it does have Bob Lugwood mastering. Josh Tanner has Dwight Yoakam for $40. That means Chris Ligero. Let me know if you want back in. Mike Brangle wants DA for The Doors. Is that right, Mike? I'll put that in pending. And let me grab our next auction. How about we auction? Let's go ahead and do the Smokey and the Bandit I have over here. Don't get this one too often. We've been selling a lot of the new copies, but I rarely get this. I'll tell you another soundtrack. I don't have one tonight, but I haven't seen the Dukes of Hazzard soundtrack in forever. I remember the last time we had Really Nice, we auctioned it for close to $100, if not more. I haven't seen one of those in probably a year now or longer in any collection we bought. This one's not as difficult to get, but it's still It doesn't come through too often. And this is the original motion picture soundtrack to Smokey and the Bandit. It's in VG Plus condition, and we're going to start it for $20. Smokey and the Bandit soundtrack. That is a $20 start. All right, let's go back up at the top. So Mike Brangle put DA, and I think he meant DS, so he wants the Dire Straits. All right, so the Doors is still available. We don't get many vintage copies of that in general. So let's go to the next comment. So yeah, Mike Brangle got Dire Straits then. He put DS, and he got autocorrected to DA. Billy Butler, you were second. James Ludwig, you were third. Brett Mutzel, you were fourth. Mike Brangle was fifth. And Bandits at 20, 25, 30, 25, 20, 20, and 20. So Dwight Yoakam then. Chris is out. Final call on Dwight Yoakam to Josh Tanner for $40. All right, let's continue. There's the Doors again. EX condition. Does have sticker residue on the cover, $29.99. This is a picture disc. Star? I was trying to figure it out earlier when I was going through this bin. I still really hadn't figured it out. DC Star, maybe? VG Plus condition, $14.99. DC Star, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. EX condition, $17.99. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. And we have Eagles, the long run, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Waylon Jennings, greatest hits. This is VG condition, $12.99. I accidentally showed Fleetwood Mac, so let me go ahead and show it anyways. It's $44.99. It's in VG condition and in a VG cover. It's a 69 Pittman press. Early Fleetwood Mac here. English Rose, early Fleetwood Mac, OG, $44.99. Now, there's a couple announcements I'll make. Instead of answering every question that pops up, a couple things. There's a black line on the screen. I don't know why. I didn't want to mess with the GoPro and completely blow something up or not be able to stream. Tanner's not here. Jake's not here. Paul just left. So the black line's got to stay. I have no idea what it is or why it's on there. There's nothing wrong with the GoPro. It's happened before, and we had to do some kind of reset. I have no idea. Also, they're still processing and working on last week's sales and invoices. So invoices are coming, but I don't think many people, if hardly anyone's got them yet. We once again, I said this when the show started, I'll say it again. About the only thing I can say is thank you, because once again, we had like all of a sudden just this incredible week of sales last week. Right now, there's not including what Edge has finished. I think they have 48 crates of records to put in alphabetical order still. 48 crates of records to put in alphabetical order still. So that means it's like every week it's becoming more and more of a challenge to keep up. So we're trying our best right now to get the rest of the invoices sent out. So that's my main two announcements. I don't know what the line is, and we're still working on invoices. So David Tate gets Waylon Jennings. The high bid on Smokey and the Bandit, is $32 with David Hilton. That's the high bid. So yes, that's about the only thing I can say. The only excuse I can come up with for not having invoices yet is thank you, because we've sold once again, I think, a record amount of quantity and quality and everything. So this is pretty cool here. Check this out. Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic. This is actually some pretty trippy music. Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic. A really nice copy. We don't get this very often. It's a Kentucky Fried Chicken promotional record. Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic. This is a $20 start. $20 start for Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic. $20 start on that. I mean, just look at that cover. Holy moly. Just look at that. Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic. That's going up for auction. $20 start. Yes, Josh Tanner, you got the Dwight Yoakam. I'll say that one more time. Josh Tanner got the Dwight Yoakam for $40. All right, now let me make sure I didn't miss any claims there. We pulled Waylon Jennings, and that was the last thing. And we have... Here we go. We have Bo Diddley. Have Guitar Will Travel. This is a 1960 mono VG condition, $74.99. Have Guitar Will Travel VG condition, $74.99. Beach Boys Concert VG condition, $9.99. Why does this feel so heavy? VG condition, that's just some really heavy vinyl. And it's a gatefold. VG condition, $9.99. We have Mighty Joe Young, Blues with a Touch of Soul. VG condition, $14.99 from 1972. Looks like it has some cover damage. VG condition, $14.99. And Young Gifted in Black, Aretha Franklin, VG condition, $19.99. Update on our auctions. I left off by saying David Hilton was at 32 on Smokey and the Bandit. Mike Torrey's bid 35. And we have Chris Ligero at 35. KFC, I don't say this too often. KFC's at $20. KFC's at $20. And then another $20 bid. Then a $22 bid. Thomas Hujar wants Bo Diddley. That's so to Thomas Hujar. Collins back in at 23. Mike Vandergits was second on Bo Diddley. KFC 26. Jetstream wants Mighty Joe Young. That's so to Jetstream. Mike Vandergits, you were second. Undisputed Truth, Law of the Land, VG condition, $12.99. Undisputed Truth, Chet Baker plays and sings. It has a for promotion use only stamp, 1968, 1999 VG condition. It has a uni-pack sleeve, which means it opens up like this and the record slides in. That's called a uni-pack. If you're ever looking up stuff on Discogs, they actually make a note if it's a uni-pack sleeve on most entries. A uni-pack sleeve is when the gatefold, the record opens like a gatefold, but the record is slips inside in a pocket. That's a uni-pack. VG condition 1999. Pretty cool, Chet Baker. Very desirable jazz artist, of course. Collins back in on KFC at 27. David Hilton's out on Smokey and the Bandits. Lucas wants Chet Baker. Chris Bachek was second. And Jimmy Reed's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Very cool. VG condition $14.99. And we have REO Speedwagon, VG condition, $9.99. Smokey and the Bandit. I see a lot of people saying out. That means final call. The high bidder on my screen is Chris Ligero at $35. Smokey and the Bandit soundtrack, $35. Final call on that. We have KFC 29 and 30, and then 2 outs. Tracy Soinger has it for 30. Double Fantasy, John Lennon, VG Plus condition $14.99. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, VG Plus $24.99. And Aretha Franklin in Paris. Glenn W. Walker Jr. wrote his name on the cover. The vinyls in VG condition, and then probably a VG cover. That is an OG pressing, though. Yep. $14.99 on that. Diego Sanchez on JR. JR was for Jimmy Reed. Diego, that's so to you if that's correct. Also, we have Captain Beefheart, the Spotlight Kid. That's something we don't get very often. VG Plus condition, $19.99. There is some cover damage along the bottom. I thought I was first on Smokey with 35, so let's do 38. Mike Torrey's. I will double check that. You was in first, Mike. So actually, if you want to bid 35 again, Chris, you're out. Mike Torrey's was first at 35. I had to scroll up a little bit higher. Mike was in first at 35, so Chris, you're out. So Mike, if you just want to go ahead, I know you may have already just bid 38, but if you want to bid 35, that way it's back down at the bottom, and Chris also knows where we're at. All right, then we had a bid, or we had a claim for Mike Vandergits gets Aretha and Franklin. That's so to Mike Vandergits. Paul Oakley on Captain Beefheart. Lucas was second. Matt Barnhill third. Joe Maynard on Tijuana Picnic at 30. If that's for KFC, then you have tied Tracy Soinger. Tracy was already in at 30. No condition notes on this, by the way. For some reason, I've had these before, and they're like trashed, like completely destroyed. I don't know if that means somebody loved it or hated it. I'm not for sure, but this is actually a really nice one, especially for the important part, I think, on this one, the jacket. Very cool jacket. That is now at 36. Rob Watson. Mike Torrey's bid 35. Tijuana picked 32. So new bids on both auctions. Continuing, Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG minus condition, $9.99. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. EX condition, $32. We have the Beach Boys, Surfing USA, an original mono copy. Let me double check the label. An original mono copy. No, this says stereo. Stereo, that's why I checked. Sometimes these Capitol pressings, these Beach Boys, I see this a lot. They'll say mono here, but there's sometimes a stereo disc. It actually happens more than usual. I don't know if that was something at the factory or what, but I always check the Beach Boys. Mono, and it's a stereo disc. ST for the catalog number here, a T up here on the jacket. Just something I see very often. VG condition, $9.99. Jethro Tull benefit, VG condition, $9.99. And we have Rhythm of the Rain, the Cascades. VG condition, $19.99. All right, so Tijuana Picnic, 32. KFC, 34. Smoking the Bandit, 38. Jennifer Nito, first on the Eagles. Jen McHugh, second on the Eagles. Mike Torrey's first on the Beatles, Hollywood Bowl. Billy Butler, let me make sure you still want the Beach Boys. It's actually a mono jacket and a stereo record. Let me know if you still want it. KFC 36. Scott Oman on REO. Scott, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. I haven't said this tonight, but if you're watching for the first time and you make a purchase, I need you to do two things, maybe three. Find our page, which is what you're watching this on. Click on Send Message and send us a Facebook message with your email address and your mailing address. Scott Oman, I think I'm saying your name correct. Oman or Oman. Oman sounds closer. Thank you. Just send us your email address and your mailing address. We send invoices every Monday, maybe Tuesdays. But we have all of a sudden this backlog of customers right now. So thank you and welcome. I promise you'll get an invoice in about 7 days, which is good because tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. Thank you and welcome. Oh man. It's oh man. Okay. Scott, oh man. I can remember that. KFC at 40, KFC at 42, KFC at 45, Smokey and the Bandits at 38, and Billy Butler does want the Beach Boys. Now, we got so much to go through with so little time. I'm not going to go through this crate in detail, but what I am going to do is read the titles, and if you want a price, let me know. I'm going to read these one more time, the way we started, and then I've still got 6 crates of new vinyl to go through, or 7. 6 or 7, one of the two. 6, I guess 7. So, if you need a price, let me know. We have, this is a recap, Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits, Barabbas, The Leuven Brothers, Fresh Raspberries, Grand Funk, VG Condition, $12.99, a nice jacket. Surprised no one bought this. Grand Funk, VG Condition, $12.99. Maybe somebody will now. Tim Harden 2, Popeye soundtrack, The Hullabaloo Show, VG Plus, $14.99. Robert Palmer, Riptide, VG Plus, $14.99. Jamming with Edward, Mick Jagger, Charlie Watts, Ry Cooder. The Alan Parsons Project, VG Plus, $14.99. Rosington Collins Band, VG Plus, $17.99. Heroes de Plastic, The Devices, Bob Dylan, Shot of Love. The Doors, LA Woman, EX, $29.99. DC Stars, Picture Disc. Bobby McFerrin, Eagles, The Long Run. Fleetwood Mac, English Rose, VG Copy, 69 Pittman Press. Cover has some seam splitting, $44.99. So last thing I said was Smokey and the Bandit. Rob Watson came in at $39 on the Smokey and the Bandit. Rob Watson, $39. Joe Maynard was at 40 on KFC, and then 42, and then 45, and then Rob Watson bid 39 on Smokey and the Bandit. Alam Dye was first to Grand Funk. That sold to Alam. Matthew Copa second. Jetstream third. Jamie Wills Erickson first on Robert Palmer. That sold to Jamie Wills Erickson. Continuing, Beach Boys Concert. That was VG $9.99. Aretha Franklin, Young, Gifted, and Black. VG $19.99. Undisputed Truth, Law of the Land. John Lennon Double Fantasy. Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. Jethro Tull Benefit. And Rhythm of the Rain, The Cascades. VG $19.99. The Popeye soundtrack. Alan Montgomery, that was in VG condition. The cover's in partial shrink wrap, $9.99. So, Chris Ligero, you're back out on Smokey and the Bandit. Rob Watson has it for $39. And now the final call on KFC is with Joe Maynard. This is Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic, $45. Final call. Alan, if you don't want Popeye, Andy McLean 1 does. Just let me know. Let's grab our next crate. If anybody does want anything in here or a price, don't hesitate to ask. They're right here behind me. I can pull them and tag them at any time. Let's see which crate I want to do next. Let's go straight into this crate right here. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Just Alan, let me know if you want the Popeye soundtrack. So, new vinyl to run through. Should be some great stuff in here. First thing is Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Lots of restocks and new arrivals. They're all, I guess, new arrivals. Lots of restock stuff we've sold out here in the store. Stuff I was low stock on. I went ahead and grabbed more copies. First is the remaster of Too Fast for Love, Motley Crue, $33.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $36.99, and Blink-182, Enema of the State, $36.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and tag Popeye to Andy McLean 1 unless Alan does say he wants it. I was waiting for Chris Ligero to see if he was in or out on Smoking the Bandit. And one more time, the final call on the Popeye, or excuse me, the Colonel Sanders. Joe Maynard had that for $45. We have Paul Stanley, $38.99. Paul Stanley picture disc, $38.99. Mel Moss wants Blink-182. I've got Paul Stanley, I've got Peter Criss, and I have Ace Frehley, and I got Gene Simmons in stock. So I've got Ace, Peter, and Paul, and I also have Gene Simmons over here on the rack. So I got any of the new Kiss picture disc. They're $38.99. Popeye's Chicken. Yeah, I'm getting Popeye, KFC, Popeye's Chicken. Next, we'll have a Bojangles record coming up for auction. We have Smoking the Bandit. Rob Watson, you're out. Rob Watson, you're out. The high bid is $40 now. Chris Ligero has bid. Joe Maynard, you get the Colonel Sanders. I'm ending that. Let's sold to Joe Maynard for $45. Thank you, Joe Maynard. Let's go ahead and find our next auction. Let me show a few more LPs first. Hayden Ernest wants an Ace Frehley. That's sold to Hayden Ernest. Thank you. Ace is sold to you. Let me condense this crate a little bit more. New bid on Smoking the Bandit, 41. Smoking the Bandit, 42. We have Chris Stapleton starting over, $46.99. Chris Stapleton starting over, $46.99. New bidders on Smoking the Bandit. 3 new bidders. Craig Weatherford, Edwin Blom, and Rob Watson's back in. Sticky Fingers, $36.99. Always thought these covers looked very similar. There's Too Fast for Love. There's Sticky Fingers. Sticky Fingers is $36.99. This is the Rolling Stones. It's a remaster. Howlin' Wolf, the Rockin' Chair album, a classic blues album. This is on purple vinyl, $28.99. $28.99. Spoonfuls on here. Shake for Me. That's some great stuff on there. Howlin' Wolf, the Rockin' Chair album, purple vinyl, $28.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band. This is $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band Signs, $33.99. And we got a restock of Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. And this is on red vinyl. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. 3 a.m. Matchbox. Let me look this up right quick, make sure there wasn't a waiting list. No waiting list on Matchbox. Let me double check that. Let me search 20. Matchbox 20. I don't see a wait list. Okay, it must be that other one we have in here. $33.99. All right, let's see what happened. We had Hayden Ernest got the Ace Frehley. Smoking the Bandit, 41. Smoking the Bandit, 42. Smoking the Bandit, 41. Smoking the Bandit, 45. Smoking the Bandit, 46. Smoking the Bandit, 46. Michael Youngkin first on Howlin' Wolf. Diego Sanchez, if you're okay with it, we'll put you on a waiting list for Howlin' Wolf. So that's sold, and Diego Sanchez on a waiting list. I'm going to go ahead and make that the last record in that bin, and let me go ahead and start a new empty crate here. So next was James Ludwig on Sticky Fingers. That's sold to James Ludwig, and Alan Die on Tedeschi Trucks. And Alan does pass on Popeye, so Andy McLean still gets that from the previous crate. All right, I don't think I've had this one before. Tedeschi Trucks Band live from the Fox, Oakland. 3 disc, 180 gram black vinyl, $49.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band. I don't think I've had that before. Live from the Fox, Oakland. Got a restock of Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, or excuse me, the final cut, $33.99. Bonnie, you may have not received the one yet. We may have not actually sent it to you yet. By the way, Craig Weatherford has Smoking the Bandit for $47. Let's get a new auction going. You may have not actually got one yet. All right, so let's go over here, and this is really cool. John had this priced, but I think I'm just going to cut the price and put it up for auction for a $35 start. This is a Master of Reality, a remastered copy, a remaster of Master of Reality, It's not on black vinyl like the one. It looks just like the hype sticker for the ones that's in print. This one's slightly different, though. It is slightly different because it's on really cool green vinyl, Master of Reality. That's on green colored vinyl. It's a limited edition 2012 remaster on green vinyl. Very clean copy. $35 start. Black Sabbath. $35 start. All right. So we have Motley Crue, The End, live in Los Angeles on pink vinyl. Motley Crue, The End, $49.99. Motley Crue, The End. Ozzy, No More Tears, $46.99 for Ozzy, No More Tears, $46.99. Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying, $36.99. And Misfits, this is the collection, Volume 1, $33.99. And John Carpenter, Anthology, Movie Themes, 1976 to 1988, Anthology 2, $29.99. John Carpenter, $29.99. All right. Now, I left off by saying Smokey and the Bandit was at $47 with Craig Weatherford. We pulled the Howlin' Wolves and the Tedeschi Trucks. Smokey and the Bandit got a new bid for $48. Black Sabbath, $35, $37. Smokey and the Bandit, $48. Black Sabbath, $35. Steve Howe gets a Pink Floyd Final Cut. That's sold to Steve Howe. Black Sabbath, $40. Terry Gearhart gets an Ozzy, No More Tears. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. We have Black Sabbath, $40. Black Sabbath, $45. John Oliver wants a John Carpenter. John Oliver gets John Carpenter. Black Sabbath, $38. We have Craig Weatherford, $50. Was the Tedeschi Trucks. The one we sold in here was called Signs. I don't have any more, but I know I can get more, Chase Arnold, if you want on the waiting list for Signs. And the album that's still left in here is called Live from the Fox, Oakland. I've never had that before. That's a 3 LP. That's still available, $49.99. I have another one, Made Up Mind. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mind, $49.99. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mind. Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds in country music, $29.99. Jetstream says he'll take the Tedeschi Live from Oakland. That's sold to Jetstream. Smoking the Bandits at $51 and Black Sabbath at $47. Wow, still bidding on Smoking the Bandit, and Black Sabbath is getting a lot of bids right now. Allem Die wants Tedeschi Trucks. That's for Made Up Mind. That is sold to Allem. If you see me sell out of anything, like some of these I only have one copy of, if you see me sell out of it, say I'll gladly go on a waiting list for such and such record. You don't have to make it that complicated. Actually, if you go ahead and claim it, I just assume that you want it, and we put you on a waiting list. So, good thing this is Monday, and I'll reorder a lot of this tonight, and we'll definitely have it back in. Some of this we can have back in by Wednesday, at the latest Friday, unless it's out of stock. That's the worst case scenario. It's out of stock. And then we'll either get it, who knows when. We don't know, unless I find it somewhere else. The first Pink Floyd album, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. This is another mono remaster. $33.99. $33.99 for Pink Floyd. I got a restock of Led Zeppelin Presence. $33.99. Achilles' Last Stand. And we have 2 copies of Kings of Leon. $39.99. This is Only by the Night. This is probably their most commercially successful album, with Closer and Sex on Fire and You Somebody. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. High bid on Smoking the Bandit is Craig Weatherford at $52. Rob Watson, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And now, the green vinyl Black Sabbath. This is green vinyl Black Sabbath. The high bid on Sabbath was, Burt Jordan was at $47, and then we had, somebody bid since then, hasn't they? Hold on a second. We had Black Sabbath at 40, 45, 47. Nope, it's still at 47. Black Sabbath's at 47. Black Sabbath's at 47. Okay. And a restock of the Division Bell, $49.99. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, $49.99. 3 copies of that on hand. Pink Floyd, Montreux, 1970. This is a 3 LP live Pink Floyd unofficial. Pink Floyd Live, Montreux 1970, $84.99. And 1 copy of Misfits, Earth AD, $33.99. Mike Torres wants Motley Crue, The End. That is right here. This is sold to Mike Torres. Let me find that. Motley Crue, The End. That's on pink vinyl. That's sold to Mike Torres. Hayden Ernest wants Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Pink Floyd. Can't go wrong there. OG copies, always difficult to find, even reissues. And Judas Priest Painkiller, $29.99. Judas Priest Painkiller, $29.99. Now, I know for sure when we have OGs of that, they go pricey. And I don't have a waiting list for that. I have a waiting list for the puzzle. Mel Moss, you're on a waiting list for the puzzle. $29.99. John Dorsey wants on the waiting list. John, I've already sold this copy, but I will put you on a waiting list, John Dorsey, for Tedeschi Trucks Band Made Up Mine. All right, are we done on the Black Sabbath? No one else bid, so I'm going to go ahead and call it sold then. That's sold to Burt Jordan for $47. Smoking the Bandit has new bids, 53, now 55. Craig Weatherford's in at 55. Rob Watson, you're back out. The Black Sabbath Master of Reality on green vinyl is sold for $47 to Burt Jordan. Very quickly, let me run through those one more time. New vinyl restocks, then we'll go into some new vintage stuff. Or actually, I may need to do another new vinyl bin just to kind of balance it out because we have much more new vinyl than vintage new stuff tonight. Let me find the wait list for these Van Halens because they're coming up. I know there's a wait list somewhere. And I know for sure. I may go ahead and show them, and then I'll have to get that wait list from Tanner. Next auction. Let's see here. We have now, earlier we sold a Best of George Harrison, a U.S. copy. This is pretty much the same thing, but it's the UK Music for Pleasure copy. You know what? Before I do that, let's go ahead and do a piece of artwork. This is really cool. So, this is a signed, for any Iron Maiden fans. It's a signed Derek Riggs Eddie print. It's framed, and we will ship it framed. The starting bid that I say of $175 does include shipping with this frame, so we'll pack it very nicely for you. I'll also clean this off of it. Oh, there we go. So this is, it's a print, a Derek Riggs print. It's called, I think the actual title is called Eddie Got Framed, which it looks like he's busting out of a frame, right? Pretty catchy. Eddie Got Framed. This is actually a live signature, so Derek actually signed it. He is the artist who draws Eddie for Iron Maiden. This signature here is just printed. This is a print. $175 start. It's signed by Derek Riggs. Eddie Got Framed. It's up for auction. $175 start. Obviously, that's a signature. I don't have any COA with it. I'll guarantee it to be real. I've seen his signature before. I've looked at him online. It's good, I promise. $175. That's a starting bid on that. We don't sell any autographs on here unless two things. I have a COA or I 100% are confident that it's real. So that's how I do with autographs. So we've sold some expensive ones over the last few months. Smokey was at 55. We pulled Piper. Chris Sheridan wants Led Zeppelin Presence. That's sold to Chris Sheridan. Mel Moss wants a Painkiller. And he says he was missing that from his last invoice. Interesting. We might have got you mixed up on puzzles. We had it mixed up earlier on puzzles and LPs on last week with somebody, but we got to figure it out now. Eddie's $175 start. Rob Watson, I'm assuming you're done bidding on Smokey and the Bandit. I'm about to sell it to Craig for $55. Rob just bid $56. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $175 on Iron Maiden. I actually was chatting with Derek on Facebook a few weeks ago. I'm trying to get him to come here in the store. He was at another store, Town Square in Gallatin. My friend, I forgot his name. I can't. He's probably like some friend you are, Chad. He owns Town Square Records and Comics. I think his name's Chris. Oh boy, I'm embarrassed now. But Derek was at his shop, and I was like, man, that's cool. He's booked up for like a year now. It's going to be like next year, but he told me he'll reach back out to me, and he's going to come next year for an in-store appearance here at Collectco. So I'll make sure everybody's well aware of that. Might be a good reason to come visit Collectco. Here is what is left in this bin. Motley Crue is at $33. We have Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed. We have Paul Stanley. We have Peter Criss. Chris Stapleton Starting Over. Matchbox 20. We have Final Cut. Megadeth Peace Sales, Misfits, Sturgill Simpson, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin Presence, Kings of Leon, Pink Floyd Division Bell, Also, Pink Floyd Montreux, Misfits Earth AD, and Judas Priest Painkiller. That's where we're at. Final call. Smoking the Bandit got another new bid. Actually, a final call on this. It has one bid for $175. And we have Smoking the Bandit still getting bids. Wow. Okay, it's a $60 with Rob Watson. We might not be done with this thing anytime soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and show some, let's go through one more crate here. I see lots of more very popular restocks. So let's go through these right here. First thing we have is Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. New and sealed, $33.99. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That is $46.99. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Led Zeppelin 2, $33.99. And Houses of the Holy, $33.99. I told y'all, lots of Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd restocks. And I got more of these in. If you know for sure you want one right now, let me know. I've got to go back through and get that waiting list from Tanner. I'm sure it's somewhere, or he may have already given it to me. But I know there were at least 1-2 people on a waiting list. This is Van Halen live right here, right now. It's a 4LP, $99.99. Paul said there was, he auctioned the colored vinyl from Record Store Day last Sunday or this Sunday for like $150. This is the black vinyl. They're new and sealed for $99.99. $99.99. All right, Smoking the Bandits at $60. That means Craig Weatherford, you're out. Jeffrey, when I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell you Eddie for $175. John Dorsey, I did see your TTB claim, but that's a waiting list. How much was Megadeth? $36.99. And Curtis Marachi said yes for something. I also have Kanye West, late registration, $39.99. One copy of Radiohead, OK Computer, $39.99. And Mad Season by Matchbox 20, blue vinyl, $39.99. Bruce Dickinson. Now, this is a new release. This is a new Bruce Dickinson album, The Mandrake Project. And let me go ahead and pull up the pre-order for this. This was a pre-order I posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're not in it already, make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. I post pre-orders for stuff like this. You can go ahead and get pre-claimed on it. This is Bruce Dickinson. And let me look this up right quick and read off everybody who's already got one. They're $39.99. This is Bruce Dickinson, The Mandrake Project. I've already got a copy sold to JK, Gianronco Curviocco, something like that. Mr. JK, we call him. We have Craig Ruth getting a copy. Don Harrison wants a copy. Darren Wortman gets a copy. And Scott Corcoran wants a copy. So that should be 5 copies. JK, Craig Ruth, Don Harrison, Darren Wortman, and Scott Corcoran. I have 3 extras to sell. Bruce Dickinson is $39.99. All right, so Bonnie Wentworth wants MB for Matchbox. Matchbox, is that right, Bonnie? MB, Matchbox for MB comment. If so, that's so to you. We have a wait list for Van Halen right here, right now. David, I'll go ahead and pull you one. Tanner's not giving me that one yet, or maybe I haven't found it. So I'm going to go ahead and save your name. Anybody else that thinks they're on the waiting list, let me know. That way I can confirm. But I've looked over here. I don't have it keyed in. That tells me, let me look here, Van Halen box. Van Halen box. That's, okay, I know what that is. That's probably volume 2, yeah. Let me type in VH. No, so yeah, that's probably still on a sticky note somewhere, and that hadn't made its way to me yet. So if anybody else, for sure, David, I'll set that one out for you. Next is the Eddie drawing is at $90. Mike Vandergits gets a Bruce Dickinson. Javi Soto wants a Bruce Dickinson. And Phil Scarpato wants a Bruce Dickinson. So I'm officially sold out. Josh James, good thing that's a new release for this week, and I can have more by Friday. Josh James, I'm going to put you on a waiting list to have one in by Friday unless you say otherwise. Eddie's at $175 or $195, and then $200 is the BD Blue. What was BD? Smoking the Bandit. Oh my gosh, I was about to sell it. They're still bidding on that. Smoking the Bandit's at $65 with Rob Watson. Craig or whoever else is bidding, you're out. We have, I'm on the Van Halen Live, Scott Marchheim. Okay, Scott Marchheim. So I'll set one aside for you just in case. I don't want to oversell them tonight. And then Josh Shane's on the waiting list for Bruce Dickinson. Anybody else, let me know. All right, Craig Weatherford says he's out on Smoking the Bandit. It was down to 2 people. Rob, your persistence has paid off. This is sold to you for $65. I'm not going to leave it on there any longer. I was on the Van Halen pre-order. Now, the Van Halen pre-order has already been filled. This was a waiting list.
The Van Halen pre-order, that's on the invoices that are going out tonight. That's on the invoices that's going out tonight. So, yeah, I'm talking about a waiting list from last week. That the pre-order was part of that too. So those will be, you probably be getting invoices for those. All right. So one more time, this is getting some activity now. The high bid on this, Jeffrey Dunlap has it for $200. Jeffrey Dunlap has this for $200. He's the high bidder, and that means the other bidder, Derek Z. Derek, you're out. You can come back in if you want, or if not, just say out if you're done. This is a print. It's called Eddie Got Framed by Derek Riggs. He's, of course, the original artist that did all the awesome Iron Maiden covers. That is a live signature. That is his signature on this print. Very cool. He signed it big and bold in gold pen up at the top. And that is at $200. Derek's out, so that's a final call. David's on pre-order. Okay, I'll set a couple copies off to the side just to make sure. Yeah, pre-order and wait list a little bit different. The pre-order is, from that original post, and then the waiting list is when I showed them live and we ran out and then people got on the waiting list. Okay. So this is George, the best of George Harrison. Like I said, we sold the U.S. copy earlier, I think for $60 or $70. This is the same thing, different artwork, different pressing, same track listing. It's a UK copy, and it's fantastic. The other one was EX. This one's Near Mint Minus. It's a UK Music for Pleasure pressing. The Beatles songs, his solo career, $25 start, $25 start, $25 start on that. There's another best of George Harrison as part of the pre-order. Okay. You know what? There might have not been a waiting list. Maybe that's why I never did get a sticky note. Maybe all four of these copies are available. Maybe all four of those are available. Black Sabbath, self-titled remaster, $33.99 for Black Sabbath. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Moaning. Now, I'm not too diverse into jazz, but the ones I've listened to, this has been my most enjoyable, mostly because it's an amazing drum album. And when I first got into music, I really was into guitars, Jimmy Page, Jimi Hendrix. I wanted to play guitar. And then here lately, or I'd say probably within the last couple of years, I've really begun to appreciate drummers, probably more so than just about anything. It's all, I guess, talent. But I listen to some of these drummers, it just blows my mind. Amazing jazz drummer, Art Blakey. Orange vinyl, $33.99. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of Monster Energy drink. Man, but I can pick up a guitar and make a lot of racket. It don't sound good, It's just fun to play it. But I get behind a drum set, I can't hardly do anything. I can maybe hit one drum at a time or something. And so you watch some of these people and it's just like, whoa, man, like how in the world? The same thing though, like when I watch Jimi Hendrix, it's like, what is he doing? What is going on? All right, so over here we have George Harrison, 25, 35, 33. Mike Vanner gets first to Art Blakey. Mike Vanner gets, you get to Art Blakey. Scott Marchheim on the waiting list for Bruce Dickinson. Yes, Scott Marchheim on that. And we have, this is Derek Riggs, signed Iron Maiden. Thank you, Jeffrey Dunlap. Jeffrey Dunlap, this sold for you to $200. That includes shipping. We'll keep it in the frame. That sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $200. That was part of Mr. Tillman's Smoot collection. I made a post about Tillman. We posted that flip video. One of our own customers, he thinned out some of his collection. He brought that down as well. Thank you, Tillman. That was part of Tillman Smoot's collection. All right, James Ludwig wants a Black Sabbath remaster. Continuing, we have Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie remaster. That's the half-speed master. Has the obi here on the side that tells about it. That is amazing. $33.99 for Ziggy Stardust. Ice Cube, Lethal Injection. Ice Cube is $33.99. And we have the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street, a half-speed master, $46.99. The Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. Final call on George Harrison. We have Christopher Morris at $35. George Harrison's greatest hits. Going twice, going three times. Not much left in here. Let's go these one more time. I asked for a BS as well, first or second. I don't see that on my screen anywhere. We have Paul Oakley on RS for Rolling Stones. That's sold to Paul Oakley. And 42 Foxes on BS. If that's for Black Sabbath, then that's sold to you. Unless Rick K wanted one, but I don't see that anywhere on my screen. Plus, I had 2 copies. Back up to the top. we have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Led Zeppelin 2, Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, Van Halen live right here, right now. We have Kanye West, late registration, Radiohead, OK Computer. We have David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and Ice Cube, Lethal Conjunction. All right, and then George Harrison, that's a final call, $35. Rick says he's looking for a Black Sabbath. Oh, I see what you did. You put BS 33. That's what threw me off. I thought maybe you were trying to bid on George Harrison again. That's what threw me off. You put a numerical in there. So Black Sabbath is sold. This first one is sold to James Ludwig. And then we're going to give this other one. This other one here is sold to Rick K. Kerderling. That's sold to Rick K. And the other person who claimed one was 42 Foxes. And 42 Foxes, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. Actually, let me check the Black Sabbath bin right quick. I can produce a copy. Uh-oh, I have found a copy. This is sold to 42 Foxes. I've got another copy. All three people get one. All is well at Collectible. All right, so everybody got one. Next was price on Kanye, $39.99. And did you get my $38 bid on George Harrison? Yes, that was right below that next claim. 42 Foxes was third on Black Sabbath. He got one. Tony Samuelson has bid $38 on George Harrison. $38 on George Harrison. That's the new high bid. Sabbath was $33.99. So we have Ice Cube, Ziggy Stardust, Radiohead, Kanye West, Van Halen, House the Holy, Led Zeppelin 2, Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Pink Floyd, Metal. Those are all restocks, new arrivals, available for sale right now. All right, let's go through another crate. New vintage arrivals and see what we have over here. Make sure this is the next crate I want to go through. Well, it better be, because that's what I'm going through. Let's see what's in here. We're about to find out together. We have George Harrison, 43 and 40. So high bid's 43. Next auction. Let's see what I've got. Oh, let's start doing the Rush tour books. Okay, so first Rush tour book. Rush, the Counterparts tour book. This is a Rush original Counterparts tour book. This has been sold at a concert. Boy, would I've loved to have been there. I never did get the opportunity to see Rush. And probably one of my favorite bands. Look at this discography. This is an original tour book. I won't ruin it for you. I'll save some of the pictures for you to look at. It's a 1994 Counterparts tour book from Rush. $20 start. That's going up for auction. $20 start. Okay. This is Iron Maiden self-titled. $33.99. Michael Wood wants a Van Halen Live. Michael, I'll go ahead and give you one, because I know even if there is a wait list, I ordered at least 2, if not 3 extras. So this is sold to Michael Wood. Michael Wood. All right. Michael Wood, you get a Van Halen Live. High bid on George Harrison's at 50. Okay. Let me get my neck and back adjusted, and we'll show our first record here, which is the Great George Jones, $9.99. Mercury Wing, blue label, $9.99. Mike Love, Looking Back with Love. Mike Love from the Beach Boys, $9.99. Here's a Ringo album you won't see too often. Sentimental Journey on the Apple label. Ringo Stars, $24.99, Sentimental Journey. And John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, $39.99. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, also a very nice copy, $39.99. We have an out on George Harrison. Mike Torres has it for $50. Tony's out. Christopher Morris, let me know if you want back in. Bonnie Wentworth, first on George Harrison. That's sold to Bonnie Wentworth. And George Harrison, 33 and a third, $24.99. Speaking of George Harrison, here's one of his original studio albums. Final call to get a bid in on the Rush Counterparts tour book at $20. No bid right now. Must not be many Rush fans watching, or they already have it. Erasure Drama. This is a specially priced maxi single for only $9.99. It is Erasure. You get Drama, Sweet Sweet Baby, Paradise, Drama, Sweet Sweet Baby, and Paradise. $9.99. Bonnie Wentworth says that was George Jones. Yes, JG for George Jones. I got you down for one. Christopher's out. Christopher out on George Harrison. Final call then to Mike Torres for $50. Marianne wants drama by Erasure. Travis Wade was second. Chris Wood Sr. is at 20 on Rush. Brian C. also bid 20. Craig Weatherford third on Erasure. We have London Town, Paul McCartney. This is with the poster. This is $26.99. Paul McCartney, London Town, $26.99. Ringo Starr, Sentimental Journey is $24.99. An original Apple pressing. Meet the Beatles, another Apple reissue, $29.99. Meet the Beatles, $29.99. And the Averitt Brothers, I and Love and You, $39.99. Let's go ahead and sell George Harrison to Mike Torres for $50. George Harrison is sold to Mike Torres for $50. And the Rush Tour book is at 22, now 25. Mike Torres first on Meet the Beatles. That's sold to Mike Torres. Okay, next auction. So I have other tour. I know I only put Rush in the picture, but I have Rush, Tori Amos, Janet Jackson, Britney Spears, Janet Jackson. These are all tour books. That's going to be some of our next auction here. Then I got to get the Japanese box open, which I'll do in just a second. But before I put up another tour book, let's balance it out with a new LP. The next LP I have over here for a $1 start, I believe, is a Queen 180-gram remaster of News of the World. And yes, this is a $1 start. This is Queen News of the World. It's a remastered gatefold 180-gram, and we're going to put that up for a $1 starting bid. I repeat, a $1 starting bid, 180-gram remaster. We will rock you. We are the champions. Queen News of the World. All right, so Rush was at 25. Mike Torres, I've already pulled his Beatles. Pam Murray gets Ringo Starr. Josh Ragland gets the Averitt Brothers. And we have Queen at $1. We have Volume 3, The History of Country Music, $9.99. $9.99. And Queen Sheer Heart Attack, a 2008 180-gram, $34.99. Killer Queen Sheer Heart Attack. In shrink wrap, it's a 2008 pressing, $34.99. Now, Rush Counterparts, the last bid that came in, the tour book, oh boy, I wish this was the album. If this was the album, instead of $25, it would be at $250. But Chris Wood Sr. has it for $25 right now. Chris Baycheck is out, and so that's a final call. This is an original Rush 1994 Counterparts tour book. Final call, $25. Queen, 111-255-1555-77. Jeff Topping wants a sheer heart attack. That is so to Jeff Topping. Charlie Rich, I Do My Swinging at Home, $9.99. The Flying Platters, $9.99. The Flying Platters, $9.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick to Me, $9.99. Oh my gosh, it's a K-Tel record. Original Stars, 24 original hits, $12.99. Goofy Greats, K-Tel. K-Tel's Goofy Greats. Queens at 20. George Jones, Honky Tonk and Heartaches. A sealed copy. It's never been opened. $14.99 for that. And the Lovin' Spoonful in Woody Allen's What's Up Tiger Lily. Woody Allen, as featured in Seinfeld. $12.99. The Lovin' Spoonful. Back up to the top. Let's see here. Do you have the Roll the Bones tour book? I do. Coming up in just a second. Michelle Miller gets Goofy Greats. Christopher Morris was second. David Tate third. Colin Butler fourth. Craig Weatherford fifth. Bonnie Wentworth first on George Jones. Also, Rush Counterparts tour book sold $25. Chris Wood Sr. Very cool Rush collectible. Let's go ahead and do one of the... let's do Tori Amos, Strange Days, an original Tori Amos concert tour book. Nope, what is this, a calendar? Hold on a second. Is this a calendar or tour? I guess it is a tour book, but it looks like a calendar. So yeah, it's a tour book, but it's kind of doubles as a calendar, I guess. Is this actually a tour book or a calendar? It looks like it's a tour book, tour manager. Yeah, it's definitely a tour book, but she kind of made it to a calendar. See? Never seen anything like that. Pretty cool idea, though. All right. $20 start. Tori Amos, Strange Days, tour book / calendar, up for bid. All right, so the last bid on Queen was Alex Salem bid first at 20, then Robert Philippi, you tied him. So Alec had it for 20. He's the high bidder right now. And we have, okay, let's keep going. We have Bobby Sherman. This is $9.99, Bobby Sherman. The best of Dwayne Eddy, $9.99. The best of Dwayne Eddy. RCA Victor, $9.99. We have Milt Jackson, Olinga. Milt Jackson is from 1974, $49.99. A CTI pressing, Milt Jackson, Olinga, $49.99. Great Moments in Radio, $9.99, narrated by Jack Benny, $9.99. Daniel Farrow on BS for Bobby Sherman. Final call on Queen. The final bid on Queen is $20 with Alex Salem. We're about to sell it. Also, Alfred Hitchcock presents Ghost Stories. I almost thought about pulling this out, making sure my copy was as nice as this one, because this one's pretty nice for a kid's record that's usually beat the heck. Alfred Hitchcock presents Ghost Stories for young people, $24.99, $24.99. Also, we have The Young George Jones. Now, that's one I don't think I've seen too many times before. $14.99, The Young George Jones. It's on United Artists, his original label, $14.99. And Dionne Warwick, this is $9.99. Dionne Warwick, Dionne, $9.99. All right, so we got down to the bottom. We pulled BS for Daniel, which was Bobby Sherman. Michelle Miller gets Ghost. That's sold to Michelle Miller, Alfred Hitchcock Ghost Stories. Did I see a Lennison on the crate? Yes, give me a second. Jackson Blaylock, second on Alfred Hitchcock. Colin third. Tyler Browning fourth. Also, Ricky Nelson. This is $14.99. It's a 2 LP compilation. And the Beatles Help, a Purple Capital label reissue, $26.99. Help, $26.99 for Help. Queen, News of the World. Queen is sold for a high bid of $20 to Alex Salem. $20 on Queen, News of the World. That's sold for $20. No bid on Tori Amos. This is a $20 buy it now. Tori Amos, Strange Days. That's a $20 buy it now if anybody wants it. Bonnie Wentworth wants Help. George Scherer, you were second. And one more record. Another Beatles record, not really. It's Paul McCartney, Band on the Run, $29.99, original under sleeve, and the poster, $29.99. It could pass for a Beatles record. That's how good it is, in my opinion. $29.99. That's Band on the Run. All right, I have another. Now, these are older reissues. When I say older, 2015, these aren't in print anymore. It's the new 30th anniversary. But this is the Black Crow Shake Your Moneymaker. I think I used to have these, but the newest remasters in print. This is Black Crow Shake Your Moneymaker, 180 gram vinyl. It's going up for bid for a $15 start. It's 180 gram. I don't know if it's actually remastered, but I remember when we had these, they sounded really good. I've listened to this pressing before, but there's also a new 30th anniversary. Black Crows, that's going up for bid. Shake Your Moneymaker, $15 start. There's Band on the Run. Did anybody buy the Tori Amos? No bid on Tori Amos. Let's do another one of the Rush ones. Somebody asked for Roll the Bones. Let me go ahead and grab that. It's over here with the other ones. What else is in this stack? This. Okay. And yeah, so I have a Test for Echo. I have Presto, Roll the Bones, Vapor Trails, and let's go ahead and do Roll the Bones. Of course, probably the most popular Rush album that's not in print. And anything with us on it. I've sold a bunch of this. I used to keep the new CDs in stock. I probably sold 20 or 30 of the new copies of the CDs. Boy, look at that drum kit. Holy moly. $20 start. Rush, Roll the Bones. Black Crowes, 15, 18, 22. Next is Queen, their first album. This is a 2009 180 gram, $34.99 for Queen. 2009 pressing. The History of Country Music, Volume 5. That's $9.99. And The Early Beatles, a Purple Capital label, $26.99. Love Me Do, P.S. I Love You, Ask Me Why, Please Please Me, $26.99 on that. Black Crowes, 22. Rush, $21.12. Brandy Klein wants Rick Nelson. That's sold to Brandy Klein. Rush, 20. Black Crow, 16. but we was already at 22. Rush 20, Rush 25 of Jerry Stone. Chris Sheridan first on Queen, self-titled. Black Crowes 20, we was already at 22. George Sheriff first on the Beatles. Black Crowes is at 25. And we have John Lennon, Rock and Roll. This is an Apple pressing, $26.99. That's on the first label, John Lennon, Rock and Roll, $26.99. Yes, I want to make that very clear. This is not the LP or the vinyl. If so, once again, it wouldn't be at 28, it would be at 280. This is Rush, Roll the Bone. Zachary P. has it for $28. It's the original tour book that was sold at the concerts on that tour. The high bid on the Black Crowes, 2 people are tied for 28. No longer. Slicker Van Slyke is at 28. Slicker has it for 28, and Zachary has Rush for 28. Let's run through that crate one more time. There's not much left in here, so let's just go through them one more time, and then I'm probably going to do 2 more crates of new vinyl after that. We have Mike Love, Looking Back with Love, $9.99 for Mike Love. John Lennon, somebody asked for it earlier, or asked about it, Sometime in New York City. It's a super clean copy, original, a gatefold, $39.99. Rush, 28. Rush, 30. Black Crowes, 29. George Harrison, 33 1/3, $24.99. London Town, Paul McCartney. This has the poster with it, $26.99. With a little luck, $26.99. Also, The History of Country Music, $9.99. Charlie Rich, I Do My Swinging at Home, $9.99. And The Flying Platters, $9.99. Somebody just commented on our video, I'd like to buy all 5 Queensryche. That happens a lot. I'll make those flip videos from Tillman's collection. There's been so many people wanting to buy that Concrete Blonde record, the Queensryche records, the, what was else in there? Somebody else be getting a lot of comments. And we have to tell everybody, you got to watch the Facebook sales. They're either going to be sold auction or they'll be sold on Buy It Now. So, yes, all those Queensryche albums we posted, all those records, they will be sold here at auction. You got to watch the sales. We'll let you know. There's a lot of people who ask for all that. We have people all the time says, I'm at work, I can't watch your sales. Can you just sell them to me right now? And we have to disappoint a lot of people and say, no, that's not the way we do things. We sell them right here. We sell them right here. We sell them right here. We have Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick It To Me, $9.99. The Lovin' Spoonful and Woody Allen's What's Up Tiger with Lily, $12.99. We have The Best of Dwayne Eddy, $9.99. Milt Jackson Olinga, $49.99. Great Moments in Radio, $9.99. The Young George Jones, $14.99. Dionne Warwick Dion, $9.99. Band on the Run is still available. And OG with the poster, wow, $29.99. The History of Country Music, $9.99. And John Lennon, Rock and Roll. This has his cover of Stand By Me on it. Stand By Me, $26.99. That's on Apple, the first label. All right, update on our auctions. Black Crowes, 32. Rush, 31. Rush, 32. Black Crowes, 35. Rush, 33. Ted Keaton wants Paul McCartney, Band on the Run. Ted, I'm assuming that's so to you. Ted, if you're a first-time buyer, I don't think I've said your name too many times. Thank you and welcome to Collect Co. We do this every night. I can now officially say we do this every night. On Sundays, it's during the day. Paul does a show during the day. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy all week. This is sold to Ted Keaton. That is sold to Ted Keaton. All right, now, the Rush is at 33 with Zachary P. Jerry Stone, you're out. Just let me know if you want back in. Jerry just bid 35. This is the Rush Roll the Bones tour book. Jerry's at 35. And the Black Crowes, Slicker has it for $35. This is the 2015 pressing. 2015 pressing. That is at $35. First time, I'll send the info. Thanks. And if you decide you want anything else in here, it is $7 in limited shipping. So if you do decide you want that other John Lennon album or anything else in here, or anything else we show tonight, or the rest of the week, you can buy it. It's all $7. Unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. And now we're going to continue this sale by going into the next crate I have over here. And speaking of Rush, that's one of the next records I have here in this bin to go through. So let's check it out. All right, we have Rush Out, Rush 36, Rush 36, and is that original press John Lennon? It's on the original label. I hadn't run the matrix to figure out if it's exactly a first press, but it is on Apple, so that's the first step to being a first press for that record. It is on Apple. All right, so let's see here. Let's go right here. Okay, so let's click on this and this. Let's go ahead and pull up this Rush post, Rush Grace, because a lot of these are already sold. Rush Grace, and let me open up this new post here. All right, so yeah, one day ago, this is it. All right, so I finally got a restock of this. Of all the Rush remasters, this one's been the most difficult to finally track down. We finally got a shipment of them. They're $34.99. This is Rush Grace Under Pressure. Thank you, Craig, for already posting the tracks. It's a 180-gram remaster. It's in the QRP bag, so I'm assuming it's an excellent pressing. Red Sector A, the body electric. This is $34.99. They're new and sealed. Here's everybody who's getting one right now. Thanks for pre-claiming them on the post. We have Brent Robley getting one. Chris Kirkley's getting one. James Ludwig's getting one. Next is Kelly Gabney, Scott Smith, and Jerry Stone. Kelly Gabney, Scott Smith, and Jerry Stone. Also, we got Greg Hagewood, Scott Beebe, David Eberly, and Christopher Morris, and that should be a total of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have 7 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let me start a new crate, and that will be the next 4 in there. Or is that 11? Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. And then the next 4 will be the first record in here. So that's Rush. Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. I'm finally glad to have those in stock. Grab them while you can. Rush 37, Rush 38, Rush 40. And Mel Moss wants this Rush. Craig wants this Rush. Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson, that is. Craig Johnson. Okay. Now, this Black Crowes is sold to Slicker. Slicker gets this for, where did we end that up at? Slicker, you get this, I think it's 35. Yep, 35 to Slicker. Okay, and now the Rush Tour book is at 40 with Zachary P. 40 with Zachary P. This Black Crowes is sold. Whoop, before I drop it. Okay. Here we go. So I got 3 copies left of Rush Grace Under Pressure. We have Clutch Blast Tyrant, $33.99. This is Clutch Blast Tyrant. 2 copies available, $33.99 for Clutch. Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. An amazing track listing. It is 2 LPs, $33.99. Hendry wants a Grace. Trevor Melcher wants a Clutch. Those are sold and sold. The high bid on the Rush Tour book is with Zachary P. He's at $40. Everybody else is out. Going once, going twice. I have another Black Crowes to auction. This is the Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. Once again, 180-gram pressing from 2015. This is 2 LPs. They've remastered this one or pressed this one on 2 LPs. It's going to be a $25 start. Black Crowes, 180-gram, nice copy, near mint, $25 start on that. The Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. Kiss Alive 3. Kiss Alive 3, $44.99. 2 copies of those. Final Call and Rush for $40. Adam Hartmother, Pink Floyd, $33.99. And Rob Zombie, Hell Billy Deluxe. Rob Zombie, $34.99. 2 copies of that available. And Johnny Cash, this is Johnny Cash American 4, The Man Comes Around. $46.99 for Johnny Cash. I have 2 copies of that. Pearl Jam Versus, $33.99. Robert Phillippe wants a Kiss Alive 3. That's sold to Robert Phillippe. Bob Rogers at $25 on the Black Crowes. And I have Kiss Alive 1, the debut Kiss Alive. This is $46.99. So that is Kiss Alive, $46.99. Kevin LeBady wants a Johnny Cash. That's sold to Kevin LeBady. We have Jackson Blaylock getting a Rush, Grace Under Pressure. 1 copy left, and Chris Ligero gets a Johnny Cash. The Rush Tour book is officially sold then to Zachary P. for $40. Zachary P., you get the Rush Roll the Bones Tour book for $40. We have Black Crowes, now has a high bid of 25. Next new comment was Jerry Stone on Kiss Alive 1 and Eli Tomlinson on Verses by Pearl Jam. That's sold to Eli. Let me put up another Rush tour book. We have Test for Echo. Once again, this is not the vinyl. I wish. Nice condition. Very nice. Test for Echo. Rush tour book. $20 start. Final call on the Black Crows for $25. Pink Floyd, another mono. There's Piper at the, I can put that over here with the other one. Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99. If anybody wants it, actually it's in, which crate is it in? Right here. We sold one. Now I got 2 copies. I had 3 to begin with. They just got separated. Piper at the Gates of Dawn. It's a mono remaster, $33.99. Deidre wants JC. Deidre, if that was for Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, Deidre. Next is Dio. Live, Philadelphia Freedom. This is on silver-colored vinyl. Dio, Philadelphia Freedom, 1984, $39.99. That's on silver vinyl. That's a live unofficial from Ronnie James Dio. Smashing Pumpkins, pure acoustic. This is a live Smashing Pumpkins unofficial acoustic show, unplugged. Smashing Pumpkins. What did I just say? Smashing. Let me look up my spreadsheet over here. No waiting list for this. So both copies are available. We have, we got a new bid on the Black Crows for 28 with Josh Tanner. Bob says he's out. We have bids on Rush for 22, 25, and 27. Brent Robley wants Smashing Pumpkins. And I can't get these to stand up. I have 2 copies left of, or I have 2 copies available. First time showing it. Yes, Symphonic. I think the only ever time I've had this has been in collections. Like I've had these come through in collections. I don't think I've ever had a new copy. Yes, Symphonic Live. It's really good too. I've listened to it. I have a copy myself. $33.99. Yes, Symphonic Live. 100% virgin vinyl, limited edition. That's a new restock. I don't think I've ever seen that available to order. Brent Robley got a Smashing Pumpkins. Christopher Smith, there's 1 copy left. It's $39.99. Final call on the Black Crows. Josh Tanner has it for $28. And the Rush Test for Echo tour book, James Ludwig, you're out. Tony Freeman has it for $27. Deidre does one on the Johnny Cash waiting list. Man Comes Around. Parliament, Chocolate City, $29.99 for Parliament. And Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, remastered. Pink Floyd. It's a compilation. $33.99. Christopher Smith does want a Smashing Pumpkins. Ted Keaton is going to get a Yes, Symphonic Yes. That is sold to Ted Keaton. Rush tour books now at $28. 1 copy of Firestarter. Music by John Carpenter, Cody Carpenter, and Daniel Davis. Limited edition yellow and bone splatter edition. $29.99. Firestarter soundtrack on colored vinyl. 1 copy available of Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. $33.99. 30th anniversary remaster. 30th anniversary remaster, $33.99. Jetstream also wants a Yes, Symphonic Yes. That's sold to Jetstream. James Ludwig wants the Pink Floyd comp. That's called A Collection of Great Dance Songs. A Collection of Great Dance Songs. Rush is at $29. Jerry Stone on Chocolate City. Parliament Chocolate City. Jerry, you might have already been, don't hold me to this, Jerry, but the invoice that's coming, it may already be, let me look here, Jerry. It may be on the invoice that you're going to be getting soon. No, that was on Funkadelic. Never mind, Jerry. That was for Funkadelic Standing on the Verge of, which I just ordered last night. I will go ahead and give you this Parliament. That's sold to you. We have Darren Wortman on Pink Floyd and Drew Smith on Pink Floyd. Those are sold and sold. We have 1 copy of Ozzy, Genesis Invisible Touch, $33.99. And Pink Floyd Obscured by Clouds, $33.99. That's another remaster. What's the Black Crows? Danny Thomason, it's about to be sold. This is Southern Harmony Musical Companion. The high bid is at $28. Final call. And Rush Test for Echo tour book. The tour book has a high bid of $29 with Tony Freeman. James is out. We're about to sell it. Also, we have Greatest Hits of 311. $33.99. This is from 93 to 03, the greatest hits of 311, $33.99. I got 2 copies. We have Pink Floyd, Clouds, that's sold to Homeland Conspiracy. Slicker's the new bidder on Black Crows at $30. That's got a new bid, and we're about to sell Rush, 311's greatest hits is $33.99. 311 is 33. For $33.99, you can have 311's greatest hits. I'm going to go over here and start opening this next box. Let's see if I can get into it here. Some Japanese LPs. Give me 1 second. I'll start tearing into that. Still got some stuff here to auction, but we're going to be getting into that next. 311 is sold to Bob Reiger and Drew Smith. Those are sold and sold. I need 1 pack of bin cards if you have some. Are you talking about the plastic? Are you talking about the plastic dividers, Jared? Because actually I do have a pack. All right, let's go through this one more time. Let's go through this one more time. Do you have any OG Megadeth in the store or coming up soon? Not to my knowledge. I think it's all gone. OG Megadeth is about as scarce as, I don't know. It's just impossible to keep it coming in. OG stuff, that is. A lot of it's not even in print. A lot of it is, but if you look at their whole discography. All right, I've walked across the room and I have found this for Jared Benoit. It's a white LP divider pack. It's a pack of 5. They're $19.99. They're record dividers like you would find in the store. That's sold to Jared Benoit. If anybody else wants any, let me know. The Toby Keith is a waiting list. We have 32 people again on the waiting list. We had 27. I had about 20 come in. That moved it to 7, and then we had whatever else the math adds up to give us 32, and I have 32 people waiting for those. So if you're on the list, it's just a matter of when. Okay, Black Crows bid 33. We have 2 new bidders on this Black Crows album. Danny Thomason has it for $33, going once, going twice. We can go ahead and sell the Rush Tour book. It's done. It's sold to Tony Freeman for $29. And let's put up another one. I have not ran this one yet. The Presto Tour book. The Presto Tour book. $20 start, $19.90. The Presto Tour, $20 start. That's now going up for bid. Black Crows is at $35. We have 1 copy left of Rush, Grace Under Pressure. First time we've had that in stock in a while. $34.99. Last copy. Clutch, Blast Tyrant, $33.99. Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. 2 LP Greatest Hits, $33.99. Kiss Alive 3, $44.99 for Kiss Alive 3. Adam Hartmother, Pink Floyd. Adam Hartmother, Pink Floyd. That is $33.99 for Adam Hartmother. 180 gram Gatefold Remaster. Rob Zombie, Hellbelly Deluxe, $34.99. Rob Zombie. Kiss Alive 1, $46.99. Pink Floyd is $33.99. Mono Remaster. Dio Philadelphia Freedom, $39.99. Firestarters, $29.99. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, $33.99. Genesis Invisible Touch. And Pink Floyd Obscured by Clouds. Those are all available. High bid on Black Crows is $35. No one has bid on Rush Presto Tour book. Looking for a $20 start. We have Wade Lucas wants a Kiss Alive 3. Wade Lucas, that's so to you. If I've missed any claims or anything else, let me know and I will pull them for you. The Queensryche records are not being sold tonight. That's either going to be tomorrow or the next night. All right, I got new vintage stuff to go through. I also have the Paul crate over here of stuff from Sunday in case you missed that. I'm going to run through that, but after we at least go through this new stuff right here, definitely need to start going through this. We're about to sell Nick Bargeron, the Black Crows, for $35, and Rush Presto is about to be a buy it now if no one bids. So, yeah, all the stuff that was in that flip video, that wasn't necessarily for tonight. It was just a video I did of some stuff that we just recently bought. So it's coming up in the future. It will all be sold this week, though. So it will be, there'll be a specific video saying it's for tonight or for Thursday or whichever. Of course, Thursday will definitely be metal auction. So Thursday will be metal auctions, yes. I don't call it, I might start calling it metal auctions. Thursday's metal auctions. Because it's really hard for us to get all those ready and have metal records priced. Thursday's metal auctions. More encore of golden hits of the Platters, $9.99. The Platters, Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache, $9.99. What do we have here? This is Big O Nasty Get Down, Volume 1. Big O Nasty Get Down, a 2013 purple vinyl, $39.99. Big old nasty get down. Interesting. That's $39.99. And Peter Frampton Premonition. Somebody has inscribed on the cover, $9.99. We have the Roaches, Another World, $9.99. And the Best of the Temporaries. That is $12.99. All right, the Black Crows is sold for $35 to Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron, you get the Black Crows for $35. Thank you, that's sold to you. Rush Presto had new bids for $20, $22, $20. And Trevor Melsha on Big Old Nasty. That is sold to Trevor Melsha. Rush is at $23. Okay, and for auction over here, let me figure out what was next. Give me 1 second. Was this supposed to? We'll have one. Okay, let's do another tour book. I have a Janet Jackson, Britney Spears. Let's see here. Let's do a Janet Jackson tour book. Let's see if I can figure out exactly what's going here. This is Janet Jackson's 2001 tour book. Janet Jackson 2001 tour book. It looks like a magazine, but it is actually a 2001 tour book from Janet Jackson. $20 start. Janet Jackson tour book, an original from 2001. $20 start. That's going up for bid. All right, Presto tour books at $25. Chris Wood Sr., you're out. Any claims in here? I don't think so. We have Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. Widowmaker is $14.99. These are all first come, first serve. Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country on Sun Records. $9.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. Bose salutes the sound of Mercury Records. Check this out. It's a Bose record, a Bose speakers demonstration record, a promo. $19.99. 11 excerpts from Mercury Records. What to demonstrate the Bose 109s. This is it's a classical. It's a classical sampler. $19.99. Bose speakers. Chase. It's a 2-in-1 package. You get Chase the first album and Chase Ania the second album. That's $14.99. Chase and Chase. Mahalia Jackson's greatest hits. $9.99. And the Graduate soundtrack. Simon and Garfunkel music, $19.99. So, Brian C., your $25 bid may have won it on the Presto. Brian C. has it for $25. Final call. No one's bid on Janet Jackson. Looking for a $20 start. Final call on that. Craig Weatherford gets the Bose speaker sampler. Tony Freeman was second. Colin Butler was first on Chase. Colin, that's so to you. D. Snyder. I don't think that's D. Snyder. I don't think so. This is not the same Widowmaker. No, that's from 1978. That's pre-Twisted Sister. David Bowie, John I'm Only Dancing in Golden Years, 12-inch single, $19.99. Golden Years and John I'm Only Dancing, $19.99. Square Dance, $9.99 with calls and vocal instruction. Square Dance is $9.99. Ben R. with the Graduate soundtrack. That's sold to Ben R. And The Fix, Sunshine in the Shade, and Sunshine in the Shade live version. The Fix 12-inch single promo, $9.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $9.99. The History of Country Music Volume 2, sealed and unopened, $14.99. We have Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand, $9.99. The History of Country Music Volume 6 is $9.99. Peebo Bryson and Roberta Flack, $9.99. And the Paul Winter Sextet, Jazz Meets the Folk Song, $9.99. All right, the Rush Tour book is sold to Brian C. for $25. No bid on Janet Jackson. $20 buy it now on Janet Jackson if anybody wants it. Gladys Knight and the Pips, second anniversary, $9.99. And this is very interesting. RIP. It is $9.99. RIP. Next Exit. $9.99. Are these EX or better? Yes, everything in here is EX plus or better. That's correct. Next auction. I have not done this one yet. Vapor Trails. Vapor Trails, an original Rush Tour book from the Vapor Trails Tour. From the Vapor Trails Tour. This is a $20 start. Rush Vapor Trails Tour 2002. $20 start. There's our next Rush Tour book. So that's up for consideration, $20 start. Still trying to get into our next auctions over here. And give me 1 second on that. See what I can do over here. 1 second. How about this? Hadn't done this in the last several sales. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. I got to tear into a box over here right quick. So We'll see where we have our furthest viewers from. Thank you for tuning in tonight. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like post on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. We are live streaming on both platforms tonight. This is live right now on Facebook. It's live right now on YouTube. You can also access it on X. The post after we're done with tonight's stream is always available up to rewatch. So as soon as the sale's over, I think if you're watching on YouTube, you can rewatch. I think if you stream this to YouTube, you can actually rewind in live time and then go back to live. I don't think you can do that on Facebook. But I'm in the process of getting into some more auctions over here, which is going to consist of some stuff we got from our Japanese dealers in Japan, which I'm getting closer and closer to actually being able to go over there and make a trip. But let's see what we have here. Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, Fleetwood Mac, Boston, Wham. Wham. I like the way this is going. And Close Encounters of the Third Kind. We'll probably go ahead and make that one of our first auctions. So thanks everybody who is tuned in for tonight. And let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead and get started. What am I saying? Sorry, I'm stretching my back. Whew. I need some more Monster. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, this is I'll get caught up on the comments and the bids in just a second. This is a Japanese pressing, very nice, near mint and pristine. The Close Encounters of the Third Kind soundtrack, $35 start, music by the legendary John Williams. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert with it. It has a gatefold cover with Obi, $35 start. $35 start, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Now, back up to the top, I left off one of the last things I said. Thanks everybody for commenting your location. That actually helps the algorithm. The more y'all comment, the better, trust me, and the more likes we get. It really helps me out. We already spend enough money advertising on Facebook. It would blow your mind. So any help y'all can give us for free is very helpful. Also, thanks for watching those videos I do where I'm opening the records. I've got like 20 or 30 more of those to make where I'm opening the sealed records. Anytime you see that content, if you could like it, comment, we're getting, those are getting like suggested. Like the Led Zeppelin video has almost 20,000 views, not counting Facebook. And that's literally just from where people have commented and liked it and Facebook's starting to suggest it. So that helps us out because people follow our page, they like our page, and then they'll start buying stuff from us. At least I hope. Bonnie Wentworth, the next comment after The Graduate was Bonnie Wentworth put LR for Linda Ronstadt. So Bonnie Wentworth gets the Linda Ronstadt greatest hits. I do not have a Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 bin, but I have one coming up for sale. Kevin, I've already sold Linda Ronstadt. There's lots of comments with locations. Thanks everybody for doing that. I'm going to work my way down to the bottom. I see lots of people watching from all over the country. We have a new bid on Rush. Brian C. bid $20. Brian C. bid $20 on that. Ted Keaton bid $35 on Close Encounters. And we have... Okay, we're caught up. What flavors of Monsters? These right here, and only these. This is what I like. It's tea and lemonade. It's called Rehab. That's the only thing I drink. That, water, and chocolate milk. Maybe a Diet Coke every now and then. Rush Vapor Trails. High bid is $20 of Brian C. Going twice, going 3 times. Going twice, going 3 times. And Close Encounters, Ted Keaton has that for $35. Going twice, going 3 times. Okay, let's continue. Back to the new vintage arrivals. Mondo Cane number 2, Kai Winding, $12.99. Mondo Cane number 2 on the black Verve label. We have different strokes. The 4 Freshmen, $9.99. $9.99. Original Oldies Volume 22, $9.99 for Original Oldies Volume 22. And Nashville Saturday Night, a Columbia House compilation, $12.99. Classic Nashville compilation, a treasury of great contemporary hits. Got some cool compilations in here. $16.99. Looks like a really good track listing on that. That's on ABC Dunhill. So that's ABC Dunhill artist. And we have History of British Rock Volume 2. History of British Rock Volume 2, $24.99. All right, nobody else bid on Rush. Sold, Brian C., $20. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Only one bid with our new customer tonight. That's Mr. Ted Keaton. You get that for $35. That's sold you for $35. Now, we've already sold one of these Rush tour books. If you missed out on that one, here's the last one I have. I had two of these, and I promise this is the last one I have. Another one, Rush Test for Echo, $20 start. If you missed out on this, $20 start, Rush Test for Echo. Uh-oh. Paul might have set this one aside for a reason. This one might have some moisture damage. Uh-oh, it does. So let me set this one aside. It was in a different pile. That might be why. Uh-oh, yeah, it's got a little wet. Oh, boy. Never mind on this one. Unless somebody... How about this? $1 start. $1 start. Let's redo this one. I mean, but yeah, it's got stuck together. It's got a little wet. It's very glossy. It's going to rip when you tear it apart unless you surgically do something to it. Oh, boy. Yeah, this has got some water damage. So it's like stuck right in there. Yeah, it got wet. $1 start. We'll put it up for a $1 start. Maybe somebody's okay with ripped pages. I don't know. I've got to sell it somehow. That's a $1 start. Now, next auction is a very near mint and pristine pressing Boston. Look at the jacket on this thing. Don't Look Back, $35 start. Boston, Don't Look Back, $35 start with Obi. Fantastic artwork. Looks like a very amazing package. The vinyl is near mint minus. The inner sleeve or the insert does have some foxing on it, and the inner sleeve does have some of that humidity foxing. But other than that, everything else appears to be like fantastically nice, especially the vinyl and the jacket. That now has bids for for 35, 35, and 40. BJ's at $1 on Rush. $1 on Rush with BJ. Porter Wagner, the Bluegrass Story. Porter Wagner's $14.99. So far, no other claims in here. The Windmills of Your Mind, Michael LeGrand. That's $19.99. Michael LeGrand. The Illusion is $19.99. Tony Samuelson, by the way, is at $3 on Rush. Chris Wood Sr. was at $2. Herbie Mann, Sound of Man, $12.99 for Herbie Mann, Sound of Man. Black Verve label, $12.99. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, I want to give a warning to all record collectors out there. There's some stuff, you got to be careful with some of these sealed records. So me and John and Paul and everybody else that works here, especially me, John, and Paul, we look at a lot of records every week, thousands and thousands. And over the course, John's been record collecting basically 2 of my entire lifetimes. Paul's been record collecting for years, and we see a lot of records. And every once in a while, we get red flags on stuff. And we're not going to sell anything unless we are absolutely sure it's authentic. That's one of my main policies here. We don't sell an autograph. We don't sell anything sealed or anything that could be forged or faked. You've got to be careful with sealed albums out there in the world right now. There's some people, they've been doing it for years, but they're doing it a bit more recently. They're taking sealed records and they're resealing them. So when I opened this Creamed Israeli Gears, it had a Bread Guitar Man record in it. So you got to be very careful with these. You got to look for wear and corner marks. Now, sometimes they resealed them back in the 70s when it was a cutout. Maybe the shrink got torn. They sent it back to the distributor. I mean, I do that today. Y'all saw those Slayer records the other day. The shrink wrap was torn on them. You know, they're going to be sent back if no one buys them, probably by the end of this week, and they're going to re-shrink wrap them probably. Just FYI, be very careful who you're buying stuff from and what you're buying. There's stuff popping up on eBay, fake records. I'm seeing more and more of them. They're coming from India. They're coming from China. They're very high-end, expensive records selling for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and they're counterfeit. You've got to be very careful, okay? We guarantee everything we sell. Some of these they're out there. They're sealed records out there being sold as legitimate, and they're fake reseals. You got to be very careful. So, just fair warning, and that's why some of these people's like, why are you opening these? And I'm like, well, for this reason. I couldn't sell that Creamed Israeli Gears because I'm like, I don't know. It just don't feel right. So, be careful. I'm talking to other collectors. People send me stuff and it's like, look at what this brought. And I'm like, that's fake. It's not even real. So make sure you're very careful, okay? We have Gruppo Sportivo Mistakes, $14.99. Gruppo Gruppo Sportivo, Mistakes, $14.99. Elvis Presley, Elvis at Madison Square Garden, $9.99. Elvis, recorded live at Madison Square Garden. Andreas Vollenweider. Andreas Vollenweider is $9.99. And Iron Butterfly Ball, $19.99. All right, so the Rush Tour Book. Rush Tour Book, the high bid on Rush is at, this has got water damage, by the way. The pages are stuck together. We had a bid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're at 5. We're at 5 with Tony Samuelson, going twice, going 3 times with Tony Samuelson. Then I put up Boston. Boston was an opening bid for 35. We got 2 35s. We got a 40. Jackson Blaylock on Herbie Mann. Jackson Blaylock on Herbie Mann. We have Boston 41. We have Boston 41, Boston 42, Boston 43. Debbie Winston wants Elvis. Debbie Winston wants Elvis. And we have Boston at 45. This is Don't Stop the Music. It is a sealed copy, $14.99. We have Don't Stop the Music. It is sealed, $14.99. The Outsiders in. The Outsiders is in mono. It's a capital pressing, $9.99 on The Outsiders. And The Sounds of a Vanishing Era, Railroad Sounds, 14. They were calling it a vanishing era 60 years ago when this record was made. It is $14.99. Details on Rush. Rush is a final call for $5. It's a tour book, but the pages are stuck together. I was about to put it for auction. I realized the pages were stuck together. So the high bid on that's $5. I started it for $1. Tony Samuelson has it. We're about to sell it. And now Tony Freeman has Boston for $45. We're about to sell that. Michelle Miller gets the Railroad Sounds. So did Michelle Miller. We have Two of Us, Sonny and Cher. $19.99, Two of Us, Sonny and Cher. And we have Dave Davies, Chosen People, $9.99. Now, there's a difference. Sometimes you can open a new record like today, like you can buy a new AC/DC record or something. It can have the wrong record. That's just a factory mistake. This Cream record, someone purposely put a Bread record in there. They just found an empty jacket and then they resealed it to make it look like it was original. That's like a con job or some kind of counterfeit. Now, you can buy new sealed stuff all the time. A lot of these factories don't have a lot of good quality control, and the wrong disc get put in the jacket. That's completely different. The Cream record was like a counterfeit. Basically, somebody sealed it to make it look like it was an original sealed. It didn't even have the right record in it. So some of these you're going to see me do videos of. We're going to pull them out. It's going to have the right record in it. It's just been resealed, back in the day or recently. You never know what's happened. So we have Boston out. We have Michelle Miller on the Sonny and Cher. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Paul Oakley on Dave Davies. That's sold to Paul Oakley. Boston's at 46. Tony Samuelson, you get the Rush book for $5. That's sold to Tony Samuelson for $5. The Manhattan Transfer, Brazil. Manhattan Transfer is $9.99. And Max Groove, Center of Gravity. Max Groove, $12.99. New auction. We have an auction for Fleetwood Mac Live, a Japanese pressing with Obi, $35 start. $35 start. This is Fleetwood Mac Live. It's a Japanese pressing. It's a 2 LP. Very nice copy. Cover and Obi. Vinyl. Very nice. LP1, LP2. It has one original inner sleeve. It has both original inner sleeves. And it has the Japanese lyric insert. It has a really cool gatefold with pictures of the band and pictures of them playing live. There's the front. There's the back. That is a nice copy. $35 start for that. $35 start. We have Tony Freeman at 47 on Boston. Scott Olson, you're out. Debbie Winston first on Manhattan Transfer. Stephen A. Young, you were second. And we have the Leuven Brothers, $26.99, 1978 seal. What year live? I'm pretty sure it came out in 1980. I know the album, it's 1980 tour. It's the Christine McVie, Stevie Nicks, Lindsey Buckingham, John McVie, Mick Fleetwood. It's the 1975 to 1982 lineup, I guess, before they kind of disbanded. The Darling Buds. The Darling Buds is $9.99. The Averitt Brothers, Magpie, and the Dandelion, $39.99. And we have All Aboard 71, the Country Club Malt Liquors 1971 sales meeting, This is sealed, $44.99. Captain Blue Country Club Malt Liquor, all aboard 71. It is sealed, $44.99. Fleetwood Max at $35. Thomas Hujar wants the Averitt Brothers. Fleetwood Max at $45. Scott Olson's out on Boston. That means Tony Freeman has it for $47. We're about to sell it. So update on our auctions. Fleetwood Mac just got a bid for $45 of George Scherer. Boston is a final call. Tony Freeman has it for $47. Really nice Japanese pressing. Everything's nice. The cover and vinyl. The inner sleeve and the insert has a little bit of humidity damage, and that is it. Now, I'm just going to read through these titles one more time. If you want a price, let me know. 2 announcements. You probably haven't got an invoice yet. They're still being processed, so invoices are still being sent out. And right here, I know there's a black line on the screen. If you missed the beginning of the show, go back and rewatch it. It was very humorous. There was so much stuff going wrong. I have no idea why this is on the screen. I don't want to try to get it off because if I touch this GoPro, it could turn off and it may not come back on. I have no idea. So I just don't want to touch it. So yes, there's a black line. It's been very entertaining. I bet we've had at least 100 people ask about it. I've only addressed it a few times, and we're trying to see how many people hop on and actually ask about it tonight. It's only 9:30. There'll be at least 20 more people, which I understand why. I would probably ask the same thing. Why is there a black line on the screen? I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the GoPro. It's got on there before, and Tanner had to do some kind of reset. Hopefully it's off by tomorrow, so that's what's going on. Invoice still being sent out. My mic's already died. I started the show late. I had the wrong date on the title. That's what's going on. Lots of problems tonight. Here's what's left in the bin. But so far, we've had some great records, and we got much more to go. I still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through, and then 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Here's what's left in here. We have more Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters. We have Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Peter Frampton, Premonition. If you want a price, let me know. The Roaches, Another World. The Best of the Temporaries. Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country. Mahalia Jackson's Greatest Hits. Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. That is not Dee Snider, Widowmaker. We have David Bowie. The lights are flashing over here in the store like from Stranger Things. It's very weird right now. There's like 2 or 3 light bulbs flashing, so I'm kind of distracted. We have David Bowie, John and Molly Dancing in Golden Years 12-inch single, 1999. Square Dancing, The Fix, The History of Country Music Volume 2. Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand, The History of Country Music Volume 6. Peebo Bryson and Roberta Flack. We have the Paul Winter Sextet. And this was called Rest in Peace, Next Exit, $9.09. Now the lights are flashing in the store. It's been a very strange night. Fleetwood Max at $47. Fleetwood Max at $50. We have Scott Snee on the Widowmaker. That is sold to Scott Snee, Widowmaker. We have Michelle Miller on DB for the David Bowie. That is sold to Michelle Miller. Whoop, that's the Fix. Let me make sure you get David Bowie. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Boston is sold to Tony Freeman. Thank you, Tony. This is sold to you for $47. Tony Freeman, $47 on that. It is a full. It was a full moon last night. I guess there's one tonight. Is that how that works? Very weird. Stranger Things Collectible version. All right. Start hearing Kate Bush. Oh boy. Yeah. Or I'll have to start listening to Kate Bush. We have Fleetwood Mac at 51. We have Price and Peter Frampton. Pam, there's some writing. It looks like somebody gave it to somebody for a gift, so it has like an inscription on the front. $9.99. $9.99. Mondo Kane number 2, Kai Winding. We have Different Strokes, The 4 Freshmen. Original Oldies Volume 2. Nashville Saturday Night. A treasury of great contemporary hits. History of British Rock Volume 2. Porter Wagner. The Windmills of Your Mind, Michael Legrand. The Illusion, Gruppo Sportivo, Mistakes. Also, Andreas Voldenweider and Iron Butterfly Ball. Iron Butterfly Ball. So, Fleetwood Max at 53. Now, I've already tried one Janet Jackson tour book. If you missed that, no luck, or we didn't have any luck with bids. So, I'm going to put up another one. This one looks a little bit older. Here's another original Janet Jackson tour book. This one looks more like 80s or 90s, late 80s, 90s here. Let me see if I can get a date on this. Here's another full, this is like a large size one. Now, when I think of a tour book, I think of something more like this, like a large size, or like Rush, like shaped like an LP. This is from 1990. Yep, $19.90. Janet Jackson tour book from 1990. $20 start on that one. Pam Murray does want the Peter Frampton. Pam Murray, that's so do you, Peter Frampton. Fleetwood Macs at 53, Fleetwood Macs at 54. The Iron Butterfly is $19.99. Janet Jackson tour book from 1990, $20 start on that. Don't Stop the Music compilation. That is sealed, $14.99. Willie Nelson's on here, Joe Stampley, David Houston. It is sealed. The Outsiders, also the Living Brothers, Max Groove, All Aboard 71, and the Darlin' Buds. Darlin' Buds. So we have Janet Jackson at 20, and Blade Singletary has put R.I.P. second. Am I missing something, Blade? What is R.I.P.? I thought you were telling me rest in peace. I must be missing something here. R.I.P. R.I.P. was, this right here. That's a record. That's so the Blade Singletary. Sorry. Gotcha. We were talking about the Scary Lights, and you commented rest in peace. And I was like, well, he's already scratching me off the list. Fleetwood Mac's at $55, and Janet Jackson's at $20. If anybody wants a price or anything in there, don't hesitate to ask. The crate is right here behind me, and I don't mind to stop to go back. Let's go through another new crate of new vinyl, and it's got some great titles in. I still got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through, so we're probably going to knock out 2 right now. Is Leuven Gospel. Let's see. Your talk. Well, typically it is. Was there a Leuven Brothers in here? Leuven. Yes, there was. Let's see here. The Get Acquainted Waltz, Weapon of Prayer. They've got the Church Outnumbered. Do You Live What You Preach? You'll Be Rewarded Over There. I'll Live With God to Die No More. This sounds like a gospel album. It is sealed from 1978, $26.99. Okay, Fleetwood Mac 55, Janet Jackson tour book 25, Fleetwood Mac 56, Janet Jackson 26, Janet Jackson 30, and Fleetwood Mac 58. Okay, this bin's pretty full. Lots of doubles and triples, restocks. Doubles and triples, restocks. Let's see what we have in here. I know this is really cool. It was originally a Record Store Day only title. It's kind of local, and it's one of my favorite bands. Yes, live at Knoxville Civic Center Auditorium, November 15th, 1972. First time they pressed this on vinyl. It was for Record Store Day. Yes, $59.99. I think I bought mine that day on Record Store Day for $85 shipped because I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to get one and they was going to start selling for like $100. So I grabbed one on eBay, and then I had 3 different customers ship me one. So I think I've got 4 copies still at home. This is $59.99. I need to bring down my duplicates and sell them. Yes, live in Knoxville, 1972. Now, this is a classic track list. Great, fantastic stuff. Yes, sounds great too. Stephen A. Young wants a copy. I have 2 copies left. That's Yes, live in Knoxville. I also have a restock of Audio Slave, Chris Cornell, $33.99, 2 LP, their debut album. Amazing. And another Yes. Oh, hold on. I'll show this in just a second. Is this volume 1? Okay, that's volume 1. I got volume 2 somewhere in a different bin then. Here it is. Here we go. I'll show this same time. So you might have to let me know which Yes. This is an unofficial. Now, if this don't sell tonight, I'm definitely keeping me at least a set. This is Yes at Boston Garden, New England, 1974. First of all, an amazing unofficial cover there. Classic Yes lineup, $39.99. Boston Garden. This is volume 1 and volume 2. So 2 LPs each, $39.99 and $39.99. Yes, live at Boston Garden. Looks to be pretty cool. And it's from Parachute. And it's from Parachute Records. So really good unofficial label there. Yes, live at Boston Garden. Volume 1 and Volume 2. I've got volumes of each. Okay, we have Kiss, self-titled. The debut album restocked. $33.99. There's Kiss self-titled. Stephen A. Young wants Boston, Volume 1 and Volume 2, so I have 1 set left if anybody else. Brent wants both. That means hopefully I can order more because I need a set. If anybody else wants a set, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. I'm definitely ordering more. So Yes is sold and Yes is sold. Let me start a new crate. That one is officially really full. Let me set that right over here. Let me grab a new empty crate, which is easier said than done, actually. Oh, man, I forgot about these auctions. Oh, man. There is so much to go through. Look at all this stuff here. Kiss, 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 Ozzy, Van Halen, Buckingham Nicks, Bon Jovi, David Bowie, Black Sabbath, Grateful Dead, Yes, Freedom, not autographed. Freedom, though, wow. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, an 80s reissue, NXS, and Roger Waters. That's some stuff Paul got ready for me today to auction. Wow. Pretty cool stuff there. Coming up tonight. Now, I still didn't get the crate that I was looking for. I've run out of crates. Let me figure out where to get another one from right quick. Let me take these LPs out right quick of this crate, and I'll just use this one. I'll do some condensing here in a second. Not ready for condensing yet. Okay. So I left off, we got Stephen A. Young, yes, Boston Gardens 1 and 2, and Brent Robley, yes, Boston Gardens 1 and 2. Okay, Craig Weatherford asked the price for Audio Slave. Audio Slave was $33.99. Gregory Gasky wants on the waiting list for Yes 1 and 2. Debbie's out on Fleetwood Mac. Chris Kirkley wants on the waiting list for Yes 1 and 2. John Cassidy wants on the waiting list for Yes 1 and 2. Jetstream wants a Kiss self-titled. This is sold to Jetstream. What was the first record? That was Yes, Record Store Day, Knoxville Civic Auditorium, 1972. Triple LP, 59. George Scher also wants Yes 1 and 2, $39.99. So, Fleetwood Mac, let's do an update. Krista Calorie has the live Fleetwood Mac, beautiful Japanese pressing, at $65. Everybody else is out. And the last call on Janet Jackson was Sherry Darnell at $30. Craig Weatherford says he's out. This is an original 1990 Janet Jackson tour book. Craig Weatherford wants an Audio Slave. That's sold to Craig Weatherford. I've got 2 copies of Kiss self-titled left. I have another Yes album. I've never had a new copy of Drama, and this is cut from the original analog master tapes by Kevin Gray. Yes, Drama. Look at that amazing artwork. I will say, they do great job with the artwork on these new Yes albums. These here, because this always has ring wear. Any OG copy, Drama's well known for having ring wear. A lot of Yes albums are known for ring wear. I don't know why, they just are. Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac is Krista Calorie. Krista has it for $65, final call. Brian C. wants the Yes 3LP. Now, if anybody wants on the waiting list for this, say Yes Boston. It's for volume 1 and 2, $39.99 each. It's an unofficial, I've never had before. Yes at Boston Garden. That's volumes 1 and volume 2. Really cool artwork on those. John Anderson, what a voice. Chris Squire, Steve Howe, Alan White, or Bill Bruford. I don't know who they swapped at that point. They had a drummer switch right around that time. Drama. Did I not say a price? $33.99. Sorry. Drama was $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, $34.99. And Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. That is the wrong price. This is $33, not $46. There's another Chris Cornell that's $46. This one is $33.99. $33.99 for Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. This is not $46. This is $33. Let me peel these off. Paul did pretty good. He priced 10,000 LPs, and he's only missed the price so far on 2 of them. Chris Cornell, $33.99. Pink Floyd, Umaguma, remaster, $49.99. Fleetwood Mac is at $67. George Scher's back in. Krista Calorie, you're out. We are going to go ahead and sell this to Sherry Darnell. The Janet Jackson tour book is sold to Sherry Darnell for $30. Sherry Darnell, that's sold to you for $30. Thank you. I've got another Yes. This is on colored vinyl. You can tell I went through the Yes catalog. Open Your Eyes. It's on colored vinyl. Yes, Open Your Eyes. It says 100% virgin vinyl, limited edition, numbered on the back. This is 1974 of 3,000. That is $33.99. Kiss is also the 2014 remaster, $33.99. Krista, you're out on Fleetwood Mac. Genesis, Half Speed Master, their self-titled album, $33.99. And Led Zeppelin, the deluxe edition. For some reason right now, I can't get Led Zeppelin 1s as a single LP, but this is no problem for me to order. You get Led Zeppelin 1 remastered, and I've said this before, a great value. You get a full Led Zeppelin concert from 1969, 2 more additional LPs, so that whole package is $59.99. So Led Zeppelin remastered and a 2 LP live Led Zeppelin concert from 69, $59.99. So that's kind of a deluxe edition. Both of these Yes albums are sold to Stephen A. Young and Brent Rively. Jetstream also gets a Zeppelin. Brian C. wants a Zeppelin. 1 left. Krista Calorie, let me know if you want to bid again on Fleetwood Mac. George Scher has that for $67. I have another Janet Jackson tour book. This is going to be another $20 start. This one also looks 90-ish. Let's take a look at it. This is, let me get a year on this. Another Janet Jackson tour book, World Tour, 1993. Janet Jackson World Tour book, 1993. $20 start. There's another one. Very similar size to the other one. Janet Jackson, 1993, $20 start. Brent Rively wants a Yes live in Knoxville as well. Do you have a 1976 numbered Yes? Well, I had one that was 1974. The other one was 1973. So either Brent or Steven's going to get those. That's the only 2 copies. Now, if I order more, there's no telling what number I might get. So that's the 2 I had. Those are pretty cool Those are pretty cool numbers, though. 73 and 74. Okay, there's 1 copy of Led Zeppelin 1 left. I have 2 copies of Blackberry Smoke, You Hear Georgia, $34.99, Blackberry Smoke. And we have Dirty Dancing soundtrack, $29.99. That's new and sealed. So Fleetwood Mac got a new bid for $80. Now that means George Scher, you're outbid. Mike Miles has that for $80. George, let me know if you want back in. 2 copies of Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit's $39.99. And Elton John, Captain Fantastic, and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, remastered from the original analog tapes, $36.99. Gregory Gasky wants Blackberry Smoke. That's sold to Gregory Gasky. Brooks Valder wants a Limp Bizkit. 1 copy left of each. Led Zeppelin, Lost Sessions, BBC broadcast, 1969. This is on silver-colored vinyl. Silver-colored vinyl, $39.99. That is an unofficial, on silver vinyl, Led Zeppelin. Lost. I think what that is just a shortened version of BBC Sessions. So this is just an abbreviated version of BBC Sessions. Fleetwood Mac 81, Kevin LeBady on Elton John. I was at that Yes Knoxville concert. Wow, that's pretty incredible. That's one of my that's in my top 5 time machine concert travels, would be Prime Yes concert. Front row, right in front of John Anderson. That would be amazing. We have, was there a Sabbath record in this crate? Give me 1 second, I'm about to recap it. We have Brian Townsend wanting Blackberry Smoke. That is sold to Brian Townsend. Scott Drum, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. We have 3 copies of Physical Graffiti, remastered, the 40th anniversary edition, 2 LP, $44.99. Sorry, I had to mute my mic to cough. And this is a Megadeth. Sorry, I was reading Shane's comment. This is a Megadeth unofficial. Megadeth Wake Up Dead in 2014, $46.99. It's a Megadeth. I do know when. It's 2004. That's about the only thing I can tell you about it. It's a Megadeth unofficial. I have that, $46.99. $46.99. Shane, this was asked about earlier because it was in this bin over here. It's a new sealed Iron Maiden self-titled remaster, $33.99. If you want it, it's available. So Scott Drum on the Blackberry Smoke, I Hear Georgia waiting list, or You Hear Georgia. Fleetwood Mac, are we done? George Scher, 81. Who was the other bidder? Mike Miles. Mike, you got outbid. Let me know if you want back in on that. Nobody bid on Janet Jackson. So Janet Jackson's a $20 buy it now. And then I've got another Janet Jackson for a $20 buy it now. And I got Tori Amos for a $20 buy it now. Those are all tour books, $20 buy it nows that did not get bids. I'm putting those right over there. Now, earlier I went through a whole stack of records. Roger Waters, Black Sabbath, Kiss, John Coltrane, Neil Young, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Kiss. And I did say, yes, those were going to be going up for auctions. The first one on top of the stack, though, is an original, unedited cover of the pros and cons of hitchhiking, Roger Waters. Roger Waters. Original cover, U.S. pressing. Yes, her backside is completely nude. They eventually put a black bar over this, and that's what they call the censored cover. This is uncensored. I'm going to leave this on top of it so we don't get blocked on Facebook. But this is the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's near mint minus, and this is a $45 start. $45 start on that. So, Fleetwood Mac, are we done? Who was George Sherritt, 81? We was waiting to hear back from Mike Miles, 81. We've got to sell it. It's been up for a while. It's had a lot of bids. We still got a whole box of Japanese stuff to run. Next is Scott Drum on Janet Jackson. Scott, I'm assuming you want this one, right? Scott Drum. There was another one, but I'm going to give you this one for $20. Roger Waters, 45, 45, 45. Mike Miles is back in on Fleetwood Mac at 90. George Sherritt, you're out. Mike's in at 90. Megadeth is $46.99. Now, let me recap this bin. There was some great stuff in there. We sold out of most of the Yes, except, I'll show it first. All the Yes titles are sold out except Drama. Drama is $33.99. Yes, Drama. Cut from the original Analog Masters by Kevin Gray. You know that's going to sound good. Drama, $33.99. That's new and sealed. 2 copies available. 1 copy of Audio Slave left for $33.99. The first debut Kiss album, remastered, $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Revelator, $34.99. 2 copies of Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. That's one of his studio albums, $33.99. And Pink Floyd, Umaguma, that's a 2 LP remaster, $49.99. So now, George Sherritt, if you're still hanging around, let me know if you want back in on Fleetwood Mac. $90 is the bid with Mike Miles and Roger Waters. Wow, we had 3 people bid and then it stopped. Wade Lucas, BJ, and Sean. Sean's back in at 50. This is for an OG US copy, very clean. Thank you, Sean. He's back in at 50. Genesis, Half-Speed Master, $33.99. 1 copy left of Led Zeppelin 1 Deluxe, $59.99. Remastered, 2 LP concert, all in 1 package. Dirty Dancing, $29.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99. Led Zeppelin Live, BBC, unofficial, $39. Physical Graffiti, $44.99, and I can't believe it. There's a Megadeth bootleg still available. $46.99, 2 Megadeths left. Fleetwood Mac out. This is sold to Mike Miles. This is sold to Mike Miles for $90. Fleetwood Mac Live, Japanese pressing. That is the final bidder. That is sold. All right, let's put up another Japanese pressing. I think I got a... Let's see what else I have over here. Trying to knock out some of the Japanese. Y'all saw that stack I went through. That was obviously some really good stuff. We'll get to that. But first, let's do a Jimi Hendrix over here. Midnight Lightning. Jimi Hendrix. Midnight Lightning. $35 start. $35 start. This is Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing. Japanese inserts very crisp. No damage to that. And there's the cover with Obi. $35 start with Obi. Very nice copy. $35 start. Roger Waters is at 50. Curtis, you bid 46, but we was already at 55 now, or 50. Now Rob Zimmer's at 55. Anybody else? These are all still available. I'm going to keep them right here behind me. If anybody decides they want anything, as I will always say, they're right here behind me. You can ask at any time. We've had a massive new vinyl delivery today. Lots of restocks, lots of Led Zeppelins and Pink Floyds, but we needed them. Our store was starting to look pretty empty here. The more I order this stuff, the faster it sells. So let me go through this next bin. Let's see how many Kiss. Well, there's a lot of Kiss stuff in here. Lots of Kiss remasters. Let me separate these right quick so there's no confusion. And, oh, yeah, here's this other album that was getting asked about last week. So I've got this back in stock. Should sell several things out of here. Now, Rick, you may be getting on at the wrong times because I've said this a few times. I think you just have very bad connections. Toby Keith is an extensive waiting list, and you're already on it. I have you on a wait list, Rick, for Toby Keith. which means you may or may not get one between now and 20 years from now. I have no idea. There is an extensive waiting list. I got 27 people on it right now. Your name is on there. You're way down the list. So you may or may not get one within the next couple weeks or couple months, or they might not ever come back in again. Who knows? When somebody passes away like that, there may be some kind of, you never know with their catalog or their licensing what might happen. But right now, we're still getting shipments of them. So, okay, back up to the top. We have Roger Waters 46, Roger Waters 50. They put the Geeky album back on Floyd. Well, that's because that's a Euro version. It was always on the Euro versions. It was just banned here in the United States for some reason. Roger Waters 55, Jimi Hendrix 37, Roger Waters 57, Roger Waters 56. Do you have any more Zach Bryan American Heartache? Wayne, let me go check the Americana bin right quick, or Americana Country bin right quick. I got Zach Bryan Deanne for $29.99. I got no, I don't. That's probably something I need to order. Don't have a copy. I got Deanne. That's the only one I have right now. Okay. Here we go. Jimi Hendrix 40, Jimi Hendrix 42, Jimi Hendrix 48. Sean Holford is still the high bidder on Roger Waters for 57. Everybody else is out. Original Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, Roger Waters. She's exposed, original cover, unedited. High bid is $57 of Sean Holford. Jimi Hendrix is at 42. Roger Waters 59. Roger Waters 60. Jimi Hendrix 51. Roger Waters 62. Roger Waters 65. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $33.99. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, $33.99. New remastered, 3 copies available. The Cult, Sonic Temple, 2 LP green vinyl. 2 LP green vinyl, The Cult, Sonic Temple. Wayne Carr, I will put you on a waiting list for Zach Bryan, American Heartbreak. You got it. 3 copies, Kiss, Crazy Nights. New and sealed, remaster, $33.99. Kiss, Crazy Nights. 1 copy, Pink Floyd. I haven't had this in a while. The Nebworth concert from 1990. 2 LP, 16-page book, and it's cut at 45 RPM. Pink Floyd live at Nebworth, $49.99. Ministry, Twitch, music on vinyl, $39.99. Sean's still the high bidder on Roger Waters at 65. Everybody else is out. George Scherer has the high bid on Jimi Hendrix for 51. Everybody else is out. Those are officially going once, going twice. Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. Pink Floyd Relics. The Yes album, More Yes. New and sealed Yes album, $33.99. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, $33.99. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Blackberry Smoke, The Southern Ground Sessions, $28.99. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors, $33.99. Chris Cornell, his first ever hits collection. It's a 2 LP Chris Cornell compilation, $46.99. New bid on Roger Waters for $67. Rob Zimmer. Peter Criss, $33.99. Kiss solo album. Black Sabbath Volume 4, $33.99. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $33.99. Also, Elvis, If I Can Dream, Elvis Presley with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, $34.99. Elvis is back with a brand new album, the hop sticker says. A newly recorded with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. I ordered this because I'm trying to find new Elvis records that I've never seen before, and that's one of them. If I Can Dream, Elvis Presley with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. Also, this is the incorrect price on Creatures of the Night. The half-speed masters, I may have wrote it down wrong on the price sheet. The half-speed masters are $39.99. I priced one earlier too much. That one's priced too little. The half-speed masters of those are $39.99. We have Blackberry Smoke, Like an Arrow, $33.99. Davey Winston wants Elvis. That's so did Davey Winston. Sean's out on Roger Waters. Rob Zimmer has it for $67. Final call. We're about to sell it. And Jimi Hendrix was already a final call. Just one more reminder. It's at $61. Blackberry Smoke, that was Like an Arrow, $33.99. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Let me see if I still got a waiting list for this. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is $34.99. This is Willy Wonka. And I don't think I had a waiting list left. Nope. No waiting list left for that. All 3 copies are available. They're on gold vinyl, 45th anniversary. I now can say I have 3 copies and no waiting list. This is Duff McKagan. This is called a Lighthouse, $36.99. This was a special order. This was a special order, Duff McKagan Lighthouse. This was for Crystal Newman, I think. Let me look this up right quick. Crystal Newman. Crystal Newman wanted me to order this. I've got it. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Duff McKagan. This is $36.99 Lighthouse. So this is sold to Crystal Newman. Kevin LeBeatty wants WW. Willy Wonka. That's sold to Kevin LeBeatty. Jerry Stone wants Yes Drama, Kiss Crazy Nights, and Genesis. Okay, now was that Genesis self-titled, the yellow, the one with the blocks on the cover, or Invisible Touch, Jerry Stone? And then let's go ahead and end these auctions. Rob Zimmer gets to Roger Waters for $67. This is sold to Rob Zimmer. Let me put this away. Thank you, Rob. This is sold to you. And we have Jimi Hendrix sold to George Scherer. And Jimi Hendrix was sold to George Scherer for $51. Let me put this away. That's sold. And we have Jimi Hendrix. This is Midnight Lightning. And this sold to George Scherer. High bid of $51. Let's get some new auctions. As y'all seen in that stack earlier, plenty of great stuff to go through and auction here tonight. So let me put these away. Let me go ahead and do a couple of these pulls. First, let's go ahead and do Joe Beatty's Black Sabbath Volume 4. Jerry, I'll pull yours as soon as I put up these next 2 auctions. I have an OG copy. This is, I'm pretty sure Paul told me OG. Yeah, this is an OG copy of NXS Kick with the original inner sleeve. $25 start, NXS Kick. Very nice. Original inner sleeve, gatefold cover, NXS Kick. $25 start, 1987. Jerry Stone wants Kiss Crazy Nights, and then Yes Drama and Genesis from the previous crate. So there's your, there's that. Let me pull this and a Yes Drama. All right, so all 3 of these are sold to Jerry Stone. That was Yes Drama, Genesis self-titled, and Kiss Crazy Nights. NXS is a $25 start. We also have Wham for a $35 start. This is Wham. For some reason, we don't get these very often as a U.S. pressing. We get them from Japan, but for some reason, always a scarce record and never been reissued here in the United States. Wham, Make It Big, which has, of course, Careless Whisper and Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Has the Japanese book with it, George Michael and Wham. The vinyl's Near Mint Minus. And as always, well taken care of over in Japan. Shrink wrap, Obi, Hop Sticker, $35 start. Now, Jen McHugh, if you want to bid on NXS, make sure you put the bid, because technically David Robertson has been the first one to bid. He put NXS 25. Make sure you put the number after the comment or after the word so I know what you're bidding and how much. Willy Wonka, Sam Cooke, Wonderful World, The Hits. Sam Cooke, $28.99. Wonderful World, The Hits, $28.99. 1 copy of Clutch, Psychic Warfare, $29.99 for Clutch. Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, $33.99 for Kiss. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $29.99 for Rob Zombie. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $29.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Let Me Get By, pressed at RTI, $39.99. And Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk Quartet on purple vinyl, $28.99. Monk's Dream, $38.99. NXS is at $25, $29, $30, and $35. No bid on Wham, looking for a $35 start. Brent Robley on Tedeschi Trucks. The Wham is a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing of Make It Big. 2 hits to mention on there. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go and Careless Whisper. I still got another Janet Jackson and a Britney Spears tour book to auction. We've sold the Derek Riggs Iron Maiden artwork. It sold at auction. I have, let me see what else I'm forgetting about over here. Okay, I think I've got all the auctions from over here. I still got more Japanese 2 unboxed, but I still got 2 more. So we got plenty of stuff to auction. I'm about to go ahead and go through another crate of new vintage stuff from the night. First, we got Fred Carnell on Monk, and Wham's at $35, and NXS is at $40. Let me bring our new crate of vintage over. So new crate of vintage is coming over, and then another crate of new vinyl. And then we're officially going to start doing a major recap. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock, but we still got 261 viewers on right now. 261 viewers after 10 o'clock Central Time here in Tennessee. Thanks as always for watching. If you're new, don't hesitate to buy. We do this every night, $7 in limited shipping. I would like to thank everybody who works here for their amazing help. We have now so much hard work goes into putting on these sales every night. Everything we do live here, obviously, but for those that rewatch the sales now, Tag, Sort, Doug, Brian, my mother, Tanner, y'all know the list. I don't want to start naming people. I'm going to start forgetting some because now we got a couple new people, and I'm going to start forgetting people's names and leaving people out. So I can show up and go live and do these every night just because we have such amazing people here who get all this stuff ready for me and get it all ready after the sale. I basically show up and sell records. It's pretty amazing. And then after the sale, I get records ready too. They take care of the invoicing, the messaging, the shipping. So I don't say that enough. I have great people who work here. I think y'all know that by now. We're able to do this every night. So much work. We're talking 10, 12 part-time and full-time employees to do all this, to make this work every night. It's actually quite mind-blowing for me, knowing a few years ago it was just pretty much just me, my mom, and Tanner. So John maybe. At one point it was just me, my mom, and dad. So family business between me, my mom, and dad. Now it's like it's pretty overwhelming. So I don't say that enough. Thanks everybody for the constant support. I look down sometimes and it's like 11 o'clock and there's still 200 people watching. And it's pretty amazing. So, all right, we got new vintage arrivals here. Right now we got 2 auctions up. Wham's getting bids and NXS is getting bids. NXS is at 51 and Wham's at 43. New vintage arrivals, prices marked. And this is another EX Plus Near Mint Minus bin. Billy Joel, of course, The Stranger. It would not be a Collect Coast show without, this is actually a really clean copy, original under sleeve, The Stranger, $14.99. Billy Joel, The Stranger. An OG copy of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Wow, $34.99. Very nice trifold cover, $34.99. The Beatles, where did this crate come from? The Blue Album, $67 to $70. It is on the Blue Capital label. Everything in this bin has been clean, inspected, sleeved. We've looked at them. We've cleaned them. That's the Beatles compilation, the Blue Capital label, $39.99. And All American Pop Collection, Volume 2, $9.99. Ooh, Louie Louie, the Kingsman. Dale Shannon, Runaway. He's So Fine, the Chiffons. I Fought the Law, and the Law won. Don't fight the law. $9.99. We have Let's Cha Cha Cha, a Cha 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 record, as featured in Seinfeld. I don't know if it was this exact one, but y'all remember when Kramer and Frank Costanza borrowed Kramer's hi-fi so he could listen to his Cha Cha records, $9.99. We have Wings Over America, $36.99. Wings Over America, $36.99. This is a triple LP live, Wings Over America, $36.99. La Bamba soundtrack in shrink wrap, $19.99. Los Lobos, Bo Diddley, Brian Setzer, $19.99 for La Bamba. And Against All Odds soundtrack, $19.99. Phil Collins, Against All Odds, $19.99. All right, let's update our auctions. Thank you, Jetstream. Thank you, Blade Singletary. We have Wham at 45 with Scott Olsen. 45 with Scott Olsen. It is a Japanese pressing, near mint and pristine, truly. Everything about it, including the cover, has shrink wrap. It's got the obi. It's got the Japanese hype sticker. It's got the Japanese booklet. NXS is a US OG pressing, also original in sleeve, also OG, gatefold, VG++ or better cover, super clean vinyl. The high bid on Wham was at on NXS, excuse me, I'm getting these confused. NXS was at 45 and 50 and then 51. So the highest bid I see is Jamie Wills Erickson at $51, and Wham has a high bid of $45 with Scott Olson. Now, first claim in here was Matt Lawson on Billy Joel. Davey Winston was second. Daniel Farrow on AA. That's All-American Pop. That's sold to Daniel Farrow, and Andy McLean wants La Bamba. That's sold to Andy McLean. Next is The Secret Policeman's Other Ball. This is $19.99. The Other Ball was Sting, Jeff Beck, Clapton, Gildoff, Collins, Johnny Fingers, Donovan, and The Secret Police. That's $19.99. Kenny Loggins, Celebrate Me Home. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. And the Animal House soundtrack. Cool. John Belushi. This is the soundtrack. $19.99. $19.99. And Sinatra, She Shot Me Down. Sinatra is $14.99. Krupa and Rich. Cool. A 1956 mono. Cooler. A 1956 mono. $44.99 on Clef Records. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich with Oscar Peterson, Dizzy Gillespie. That's a 56 mono. 1956 mono. $44.99. Davey Winston on KL. That was Kenny Loggins. Tyler Browning on Animal House. Kevin LeBady on Frank Sinatra. Daniel Farrow on Second. Elton John to Lee Alvarado. That is a nice pickup there. I'm a major Elton John fan. I saw him twice on his last tour. We have Brent Robley on Krupa and Rich. Scott Drum on The Secret Police. I hope we're done on these auctions. I've kind of not updated them very accurately or frequently as I should, but I'm going to do one more final call. Scott Olson, 45. I was waiting for some people to say out, which I really hadn't seen. So Scott Olson has Wham for 45. I'm definitely about to sell it. And Jamie Wills Erickson has In Excess for 51. Now, David Robertson said out, and I think one other person. It was mostly on Wham. So both of those are about to sell. Continuing, great LPs in here so far. Another Erasure, $9.99. Specially priced maxi single. Star Interstellar Mix, Dreamlike State. This is $9.99. Star, the Traflamore Mix, and Star Soul Mix, $9.99. Sold to Craig Weatherford. That's Erasure. Travis Wade was second. Ruthless People soundtrack, $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Ruthless People soundtrack. Back to the Future. And OG, $34.99. Back to the Future. Power of Love, Huey Lewis. Let me make sure it's an OG or not. There's a lot of these sold through the club. This is a original retail copy, $34.99. That's Back to the Future, original retail copy. Joshua, we have already sold The Stranger. That's already been claimed. Craig Weatherford, though, gets Back to the Future. Now let's end these auctions. I got more stuff to run. Whatever we don't get to tonight, guess what? We'll be back here tomorrow doing it again, but we got plenty of time. Scott Olson gets Wham for $45. I got one other Wham, not this album, but I have one other Wham album to run. Fantastic. I may do that in just a second. But first, In Excess is also sold. This is sold to Jamie Wills Erickson for $51. All right, so let me check out this Rolling Stones tattoo. I'm curious if the Obi's missing or if it's down in the jacket. If so, I don't know if I've ever had one of these with an Obi tattoo you. Now that I think about it. Let me look at everything first. I know the vinyl on these have pretty much already been pre-checked. So, yeah, everything's good on that. That's the original booklet. Kind of looks like the inner sleeve that came with the U.S. But that's the booklet. Start Me Up. And, yeah, it just doesn't have an Obi. So this is a really nice Japanese pressing. So you're going to get the Japanese quality with the jacket and the vinyl. And it's got the unique booklet. Just no Obi. So with that being said, $25 start. Rolling Stones Tattoo You. Japanese pressing, no Obi. And let's go ahead and put up, I'll go ahead and do the other Wham album. This one's called Fantastic. Wham Fantastic. Same price, $35 start. We'll go ahead and do this one, then I'm going to unbox the rest of it and see what's in here. Wham Fantastic. This is also really nice, and this has the book with it, so this is really cool actually. $35 start. The vinyl is Japanese quality, near minus. It has a book with it that literally looks like a book, a Japanese book. $35 starts. Wham for naughty boys and girls. Wham Fantastic. Cover, shrink wrapped, has the Obi. Super nice copy. A top copy, $35 start. Larry Drish is at $25 on the Stones. Let's show a few more buy it nows. Julian Lennon, Valot. Julian Lennon is $9.99. Fair and Young, Sweethearts or Strangers. Fair and Young is $9.99. George Harrison, self-titled, 1999. How to Think by Steve Allen. Story, music, and lyrics by Steve Allen. Orchestra conducted by Paul Smith. That's from 1972. It is sealed, 1999. And Lightning Strikes 20 Super Hits, $12.99. Wow. I just kind of glancing over. I see some great songs on here. Brandy, Looking Glass, Argent, Hold Your Head Up. 10 Years After is on here. Everyday People by Sly and the Family Stones. The Birds, Edgar Winter, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Poco. That's $12.99. Lightning Super Hits, $12.99. And this is Rock and Roll Fever. This is a 3-record compilation. $24.99. Bill Haley, Little Richard, kind of jumping around. Chuck Berry, Lloyd Price, Fats Domino, Frankie Avalon, Sha Na Na, Isley Brothers, Fabian, Frankie Ford, $24.99. Let me do one more, then I'm going to update these auctions. John Lennon. This is a Purple Capital reissue, and it includes the poster. Wow, I didn't know the Purple Capital pressings had a poster with it. Wow, it has the John Lennon Imagine, where he's playing behind his white grand piano. That has the poster with it. Imagine. All right, so Rolling Stones was at 25. Matt Lawson bid 28. Felix bid 35 on Wham. James Vasquez on GH. And that was for George Harrison, James Vasquez. Is that right? George Harrison, GH. Jackie Reynolds got Super Hits. And then Jetstream said Comp. Now, Jet, was that for the Super Hits or the Rock and Roll Fever? Brian, you were either second or third on Lightning. And Larry's at 29 on Rolling Stones. Do you ever get Looking Glass? Don't think I've seen any. The Looking Glass album that has Brandy on it, the original album, is actually quite scarce. It's not overly rare or expensive, but we don't get it too often. And when we do, it's usually a hot commodity. Yeah, that original Looking Glass album actually doesn't come through that often. Ted Keaton wants the John Lennon. It was Super Hits, lost it. Okay, so the Rock and Roll Fever 3 LP box, the shrink has kind of fallen off, but it's still there. Rolling Stones is at 35 with Brent Robley, and that means Felix has Wham for 35, the single bid. Fantastic. It has the book, Near Mint Minus Vinyl, Shrink Wrap Obi, final call on that for 35. Let's keep showing some more LPs. We have Blast From Your Past, Ringo Starr, $24.99 for Ringo, Blast From Your Past. This is about the best Ringo Starr compilation you can get. It's vintage, it's on the original label, and it's got all of his best songs, in my opinion. $24.99, like It Don't Come Easy. I think that's his best song. So did Tony Samuelson. We have Wham at 37. Sinatra, A Man and His Music, $24.99. This is a 2-LP Sinatra, an anthology of the musical career of the most exciting entertainer of our time, $24.99. Wham's at 37. Felix, new bid. Larry's out on the Stones. Brent has it for 35. Final call. Jetstream gets to Frank Sinatra. Jetstream gets to Sinatra. And we have John Hammond, solo. John Hammond, $29.99. Solo, John Hammond, Corey Hart. Dan, is that the one you wanted me to order? Corey Hart, that album's not in print. You cannot order a Corey Hart Sunglasses at Night or whichever that album's actually called. I think I had a sticky note and I didn't ever catalog your name because that album, let me look that up. I don't think Corey Hart has anything in print. I'm checking the biggest music database on earth right now. He has, they're imports. Yeah, they were imports. They're not available. And if they were, they're $64.99. So yeah, they're kind of difficult to get. We have On the Waters bread, $9.99. On the Waters bread, $9.99. Very clean, $9.99. And Arasa Mohawk, that's $24.99. Erasa, Esra maybe. Esra Mohawk, that's on Asylum Records, $24.99. Thought it was in your flip bin. That was probably from that new collection. Yes, maybe. That's probably from that new collection. None of that has sold yet. That's either going to be available tomorrow or Wednesday. All that from that new flip, that was just a video I did just showing some stuff we just bought. Not necessarily for sale tonight. Back up to the top, Rolling Stones got a new bid for 38 with Matt Lawson's. Antonio V got the Rock and Roll box set. That's sold to Antonio V. Wham got a new bid for 40. Brent's back in on Stones at 41. Cynthia back in on Wham at 45. Tommy Flowers got Bread. Tommy Flowers got Bread. Christopher Morris was second. Daniel Farrow third. And Rolling Stones is out with Matt Lawson. Now, final call to Brent. Going to go ahead and wrap this up for 41. They're still bidding on Wham. Felix, you're out. Cynthia has it for 45. Kenny Rogers, $19.99. This is Kenny Rogers and the first edition, Something's Burning. Original label, very clean, $19.99. Great Movie Thrillers. Music from Great Movie Thrillers, $24.99. Psycho, Marine, North by Northwest, Vertigo. That's a London Phase 4, which I think is kind of like quadraphonic sound. So I bet that's pretty trippy to listen to. $24.99. And Erasure, Sometimes, another Erasure single, $14.99. It's actually got 4 tracks, 2 different songs. Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $41. New bidder on Wham. Now we got 3 active bidders. George Scherer is at $46. Not done with Wham. Not done with Wham. $46 on that. Let me see. I hadn't got the rest of the Japanese stuff out of the box. I'm very curious what's in here. I think I see... well, I'm about to read them off right now. Let's see what's in here. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire, Best Of. We have Journey, a nice copy in shrink wrap. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. John Denver's Greatest Hits. Pat Benatar, Styx, Grand Illusion. And what else do I have over here? Okay, let's run this. Man, this doesn't come up for auction too much. Neil Young Freedom. The last time we had 2 copies was in Dale's Pittsburgh collection. He had a loose copy, and then he had a copy autographed. I haven't seen one since then. They don't come through too often, and it's actually never been reissued unless you get that box set, which we have in stock. This is Neil Young Freedom. Original inner sleeve. Great album. One of my favorites by his. I had a cousin play it for me one time on the way to a football game, just traveling. Puts in a CD. First time I listened to it from beginning to end. I've been a fan since then of this album. Crime in the City. Rockin' in the Free World. You get the acoustic version and then the well-known live version. Don't Cry is a great song. Very good album. This is an OG retail copy. Make sure it's U.S. It's really hard to actually find a nice U.S. copy. Let me double check here. This is an 89 U.S. retail copy. This is Neil Young Freedom, $40 start. Very nice, original inner sleeve, $40 start on that. Paul says he thinks it's a club. Oh, wow. Look how tiny that is. Right there. You're right, Paul. Look at that. It's out of focus, too. It is a club copy. Nice eyes, Paul. I wouldn't have caught that. It's like out of focus and almost like camouflaged. That is a club copy. It's nothing, no markings on the label to indicate that. Okay, so we have... let's see here. Okay. Okay, we sold the Stones. Wham got a new bid for 46. Now these comments are for Erasure. Craig Weatherford got Erasure. Chris Kirkley, you were second. Then we had the Esra Mohawk. That sold to Jetstream. Wham got a new bid for 55. Felix bid 47. Cynthia was already at 55. And then another Wham 55. Matt Lawson's at 40 on Neil Young Freedom. We have Melissa Manchester, Home to Myself. Melissa Manchester is $9.99. Melissa Manchester. March 84 in-store sampler. Wow, look at these tracks. 1999. Queen, Radio Gaga, Thomas Dolby's on here. Missing Persons, Duran Duran, Felix Sklotkin. I don't know that one. We have Tina Turner, April Wine, Reflex, Dear Enemy, and Queen. That's a in-store 1984 March Capitol promo sampler, $19.99. Matt Lawson's has Neil Young for $40. The Yes album, $14.99. Some writing on the cover, $14.99. Craig Rutherford wants the Queen sampler or the Capitol sampler. And Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. I left this in here. We normally would auction this LP. It's super clean. $34.99. $34.99. And this is a retail copy. This is a retail copy. $34.99. Mike Lock, second on the sampler. All right, final call on Wham Fantastic. Wham Fantastic. Cynthia Herdron has it for $55. Everybody else, let me know if you want in or out. Ben just bid on Neil Young. Ben R just bid 45 on Neil Young Freedom. Ben R has it for 45. Chris Baycheck gets the Tears for Fears. Always a nice pickup. That's so to Chris Baycheck. We have the original soundtrack to Cleopatra. We had a copy the other night. This one looks exceptionally nice. $19.99 cover and vinyl. A little wear in the corner. That's $19.99. New bidder on Neil Young. Rob Zimmer has it for $47. $19.94. $9.99 for $19.94. And Carl Wilson, Youngblood. Carl Wilson of the Beach Boys, $19.99. And we had a Mike Love album earlier. All right, Felix is out on Wham. Let's go ahead and sell this to Cynthia for $55 then. Cynthia Herdren, you get Wham for $55. Now, before I put up another new auction, let me just remind everybody the Neil Young Freedom is up for bid. Matt's out. It's between Rob and Ben. This is a club copy. It's almost camouflaged down here, manufactured Columbia House under license. Very camouflaged and faint, but it is. Nice jacket, VG Plus, super clean vinyl, original inner sleeve. What grade do you have on the vinyl? EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. It's a very nice copy on the vinyl. VG Plus Plus, VG Plus or VG Plus Plus cover. I don't really call covers EX or even Near Mint. I mean, they always show some signs of wear. But Red Rose Speedway, $26.99. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. AC Reed and his spark plug. Take these blues and shove them. $19.99. Two more records left in here. The Girls of the Golden West, selected recordings, $9.99, and a picture disc. Nope, this is, wow, this is actually a promo from Duran Duran, $34.99, a 1986 clear vinyl promo. It says Duran Duran, other side, Notorious Remixed Edition, and then this side, Notorious Single Mix. So it's a 45 RPM clear vinyl single of Duran Duran promo, $34.99. Neil Young, we got a new bidder, Kevin LeBady. He's the high bidder at $50. Ben bid 49. Kevin's at 50. Jennifer Schrader wants AC Reed, and Cynthia Herdren wants the Duran Duran promo. And with that, I'm going to swap out crates because I filled this one up pretty full. And our next auction, I got two tour books that have not been auctioned yet. This one's Britney Spears, the Onyx Hotel Tour 2004. Britney Spears tour book, $20 start. This is an original Britney Spears 2004 tour book. Onyx Hotel 2004, $20 start. The Onyx Hotel Tour 2004. That's up for bid, $20. That's one of those oversized tour book. I've got one more Janet Jackson left, and I'll show you the ones that didn't sell. Let's run through these one more time. Neil Young has a high bid for $50. So Kevin LeBady, you may be getting it. The next high bidder was Rob Zimmer. Rob, just let me know if you want back in. Here's what's left in here very quickly. We have the Beatles, 67 to 70, $39.99. Neil Young, Rob's back in at $52. Let's Cha Cha Cha, $9.99. Wings Over America, triple LP live album, $36.99. Against All Odds, $19.99. Ruthless People soundtrack, $19.99. Julian Lennon, Valot, $9.99. Fair and Young, Sweethearts or Strangers. Fair and Young, $9.99. Neil Young's at $55. Final call to get a bid in on Britney for $20. How to Think, narrated by Steve Allen, $19.99. John Hammond, Solo, $29.99 for the John Hammond album. Kenny Rogers is $19.99. Something's Burning. Music from Great Movie Thrillers, $24.99. Melissa Manchester, $9.99. The Yes album, $14.99. Cleopatra, $19.99. 1994, $9.99. Carl Wilson was $19.99. We still have the Red Rose Speedway from Paul, $26, and the Girls of the Golden West, $9.99. All right, if anybody wants Britney Spears, $20 buy it now. You can go ahead and grab it. Everything in here is still available, and I still have another crate of new LPs that I have not gone through yet. So let me do that right now. I have another crate of new LPs in here, including a couple box sets. They're still bidding on Neil Young. We have bids for 52, 55, and 57. Before I go into the other new Japanese stuff, let me go ahead and show the last tour book so I can officially say we've put them all up for auction. It's another Janet Jackson. Now, this one's in a sleeve. Is this a tour book? Awfully thick for a tour book, but let's take a look at it.
Let's see here. It's in a resealable baggie. Let me get it out of this. Also a $20 start. We've sold, I think, 2 of the other ones. This one's, it looks 90-ish, maybe. What year is this one from? See if I can get an ID. This one's in really nice shape. Janet Jackson, maybe not. This could be a little bit newer. At first, the pictures. See if I can get a year on it here. It's got pictures from all sorts of, no luck finding a year yet. Together Again Tour. We might have to Google that. Together Again Tour. Together Again Tour. Janet Jackson. $20 start. Original tour. But this is like a book. This has got lots of pictures, information, lots of photographs. Janet Jackson. $20 start. That's a original tour book. Neil Young's at 57. Kevin LeBady's out. Okay, next thing we have in here is the Smashing Pumpkins box set. $119.99. Smashing Pumpkins box set, $119.99. I call it a box set. Let me rephrase that. Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $119.99. Yes, the Ruthless People soundtrack does have a really good lineup on it. Mick Jagger, Luther Vandross, Billy Joel, Paul Young, Dan Hartman, Kool and the Gang, Bruce Springsteen, Nicole, some of the selected artists on the Ruthless People. That is actually a really nice copy in shrink wrap. Super nice vinyl, $19.99. Neil Young is at 57 for Rob Zimmer. We're about to sell it. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won, $219.99. That is the Super Deluxe Led Zeppelin Live, How the West Was Won, $219.99. That is the Super Deluxe box set. 3 CDs, 4 LPs, amazing live music by Led Zeppelin. They don't have many official live recordings. You can get the BBC broadcast box. You can get the How the West Was Won box. Song Remains the Same. Celebration Day. And then that live concert that's on the Led Zeppelin 1 that I showed earlier. Led Zeppelin doesn't have a lot of live stuff released because there's not a lot of live Zeppelin recordings that are of high quality. So it's an amazing time capsule. Tedeschi Trucks Band featuring Trey Anastasio. Layla Revisited. We'll go with that. $49.99. This is Tedeschi Trucks Band featuring Trey Anastasio. Layla Revisited. Live at Longland. That's a 3 LP. Cobalt Blue vinyl with etching. That is $49.99. What pressing and years and years? This is a 19. It should be an 89 club. U.S. club. 89 U.S. club. Final call, Rob Zimmer has it for $57. Final call for $57. Jetstream wants Tedeschi Trucks Band. That's sold to Jetstream. We have 1 copy. Here's some more new Elvis. I was going to make a post about this. I was going to make sure they were pressed at RTI. These are pressed at RTI. The 40th anniversary of Elvis recorded at Madison Square Garden, $34.99. The 40th anniversary original historic concert, newly remastered, now on 2 LPs, sourced from the original master tapes. Elvis. It's a 2 LP, Madison Square Garden, pressed at RTI, remastered, sold to Felix. If anybody wants on the waiting list, let me know. Neil Young is sold to Rob Zimmer for $57. This is sold to Rob Zimmer for $57. That is Freedom. That's an 89 club copy. Super nice, super clean. I mean, it is truly a near mint minus copy on the vinyl. If anybody wants Janet Jackson's, $20. This is her current tour book. Wow, that would probably cost you $40 at the concert, or $50, whatever they charge for. I've paid as much for, I think I've paid $40 for some tour books. Janet Jackson, $20. Felix got Elvis. I'm going to try to put it back in this bag. Or am I thinking about poster prices? I know one thing. Tool posters are not cheap, whether you buy them there or you buy them later. Okay, we have 1 copy of Led Zeppelin, Texas International Pop Festival. Now, this is an unofficial 1969 Texas International Pop Festival. That's an official. Early, look, this is before Led Zeppelin 2 came out. They're only playing stuff from Led Zeppelin 1 and some of their early stuff like Train Kept a Rolling, $39.99.
That's Led Zeppelin. We got 2 copies of Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. Theater of Pain's $33.99. 2 different Motley Crues there, Dr. Feelgood and Theater of Pain. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets, $49.99. Bad Company, their self-titled debut album on clear vinyl, $33.99 for Bad Company. The Atlantic 75th anniversary celebration on clear vinyl, $33.99. Let's get some new Japanese auctions going. I have Earth, Wind, and Fire's Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing from Japan, a top copy, $35 start. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Japanese pressing, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have, yes, very, very nice vinyl. As you'd expect, Japanese insert, gatefold pressing with Obi, $35 start. Earth, Wind, and Fire's Greatest Hits. That's now up for auction. I have Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, remastered. Earlier, we had it on green vinyl. Sweet leaf green vinyl. This is just regular black vinyl. We auctioned that one. This one's on black vinyl, $33.99. All right, so that crate, not much in there. We had a restock of Melancholy for $119. Howl the West was $219.99. Texas International Pop Festival, Dr. Feelgood, Theater of Pain, Dave Matthews Band, Bad Company, and Black Sabbath. Those are all available. If anybody wants anything, let me know. Looking for a $35 start. Boy, y'all have gotten quiet. Still 207 people watching, and there hadn't been a comment in the last 3 minutes. Is this thing working? Somebody send me a test comment. Yeah, 12:60. Yeah, it's 10:12. Yeah, there hadn't been a comment in 3 minutes. That's a long time for not to see anything pop up. I think everybody's getting sleepy on Monday night. I got to do something to wake everybody up. 90% off crate. New vinyl. Just joking. There we go. There's what I want to see. We do have people awake. All right. Make sure y'all wasn't getting sleepy on me. Let me do some condensing, because first thing I want to do, though, is I don't even know what's in here, but I have the crate of stuff that Paul went through on Sunday. I'm going to go through it right now, buy it now or best offer. If you missed the Sunday show of Paul, I think we're going to try to make that a routine as long as he's available and we don't have anything else important to do or he's not on a road trip buying records. We're probably going to be here on Sunday selling records. So, final call to get a bid on Earth, Wind, and Fire for $35. It's a quiet ride. Yeah, evidently. That's good use of terms there. Quiet, and we're having a riot. All righty. Let's see what's going on over here. Yeah, so let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. And let me see what we have over here. We pulled Elvis. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. We have the Left Bank Voices Calling, a 1986 UK import, $19.99. This is a buy it now, best offer bin, okay? So this is some stuff left over from Sunday. It's now buy it now, best offer. Wow, Black Star was left behind. Sealed, $39.99. We might have to keep that at $39.99. David Bowie, Black Star, $39.99. Never Forever, Kate Bush, a 1980 UK copy. What the heck? There's some great stuff in here. $29.99. This is Never Forever, Kate Bush, $29.99. That's a 1980 UK copy. And Queen Hot Space, sealed, $29.99, a half-speed master. Some of these I may have to decline offers. These are Queen Hot Space, that's sealed. That's a great value, $29.99. Sealed copy of that. First offer, though, I have Left Bank for $14. Let's sell that to Brent for $14. Brent, I'm going to take your offer for $14. Cynthia was first to David Bowie at sticker price. Chris Bachek was second. Lillian was third. Fred Carnell was fourth. Cynthia was first to Kate Bush at sticker. And then Brent first on Queen, then Lillian, then Felix. Let's make Earth, Wind, and Fire's Greatest Hits, a buy it now for $35. Earth, Wind, and Fire's Greatest Hits, a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants in, it's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Wow, can't believe that's still there. September, Shining Star, no matter who you are, sold to Felix Salas, $35. He just slipped in there, sold to Felix for $35. All right, let's see what next is in here. $24.99. Jeff Tate, Kings and Thieves. Wow. 2012 Record Store Day on lime colored vinyl. Jeff Tate, $24.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels, sealed, $44.99. Some great titles in there. Jeff Tate, Rush, Clockwork Angels. Berlin, Metro Greatest Hits. That's Berlin, as in Take My Breath Away, Berlin. That's their Greatest Hits, sealed, $29.99. Clay Moore wants Jeff Tate. Brian Arrigo, second. Still got Rush in there. There's Berlin. And Bengals Gold. Bengals Greatest Hits, $24.99. This is a Sony Greatest Hits. Manic Monday, Walk Like an Egyptian, Hazy Shade of Winter, $24.99. Lily McCurry, first on Berlin. There's Bengals Gold. And we have Doctor Who, Dead Air, an original audio adventure read by David Tennant. Wow, a spoken word radio, like a spoken word story record from 2022. You don't see those made very often. That is sealed and unopened. Doctor Who, excuse me. Hold on a second. I got choked. Fred Cornell, second on Berlin. So we have Bengals 20, Bengals, Bengals 20, Bengals 20, Bengals. So, Scott Drum, you were first, but there's two other people that want it for sticker. So, Scott, you can have it for $24.99. Scott, if you don't want it, then it goes to Felix, then Antonio, then Chris, then Craig. I know it's going to sell to somebody. So, Scott, if you want it for sticker, just let me know. Scott. Felix was next at sticker, and Scott Drum says he'll take it at sticker. So this is sold to Scott Drum at sticker price, then Felix, then Antonio, then Chris, then Craig. Matt Parsons wants the Doctor Who. Craig Rutherford second. Fred Carnell third. We have odd requests. Would you know if you have any Sky albums for 80s, 70s like this selector? Give me 1 second. I'll answer that. Game of Thrones. This is sealed. The Record Store Day edition, $44.99. Matt passes on the Doctor Who. Give this to Fred Carnell instead. Fred Carnell gets the Doctor Who. Game of Thrones, that's the Record Store Day edition. And we have Savatage, The Wake of Magellan, sealed, $44.99. That's on orange vinyl. That is a 2LP gatefold, $44.99. Joe, here is how our show works very quickly, especially for those watching for the first time. We put out and show whatever's in these bins. We work from an inventory of about 50 or 60,000 albums we have in stock. So in the back room in our warehouse, we probably have 50, 60,000 albums. We put out whatever we can price that night. If we have ska, it will be auctioned or it will be claimed very fast. So we don't really do requests. Do we have some? That stuff's very scarce. We could. We just show whatever we price and put out every night just like this. So that's how we do. We have a massive inventory. I have no idea what we have. Neither do the people who work here, and neither do any of our customers. We buy massive collections and we put them out for sale here every night. Craig says, I thought I was second on Doctor Who. You were. Craig Weatherford, my bad. Let's change this a third time. It was Matt Parsons, then Craig Weatherford, then Fred Cardell. Thank you, Craig. You were second on Doctor Who. Craig Weatherford gets Doctor Who. Next, there's Savatage. Now, when this was new, I think they're $59 or $56.99. I think they're either $56 or $59.99. This is sealed on orange vinyl. Savatage. Pearl Jam Versus, $29.99. Sealed. Dawkins Greatest Hits, sealed, $27.99. Blue and black splatter vinyl. Some Pair, S-U-M, Some Pair, VG Condition, $39.99, 1971. This definitely looks like a Paul record. VG Condition, $39.99. And Junior's Eyes, EX Condition, $44.99. A 1969 white label promo produced by Tony Visconti. At one time, they were Bowie's backing band. This was originally David Bowie's backing band. This is an album they did. Junior's Eye, plural, EX Edition, $44.99. It's on the A&M label. It's a white label promo. So, essentially, David Bowie's backing band. All right, I didn't miss anything after that. Brian Arrigo first on the Pearl Jam. Craig, you were second. Antonio V first on the Dockin. Cynthia Herdren first on Junior's Eyes. Brent Robley offered 30 for Some and 37 for Junior's Eye. Brent, I will sell you Some Pair for $35. I'll split the difference with you. Junior's Eyes is already sold. And there's not much left in here. Keep in mind, Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We only have 4 records left. Surely we can wipe this out. And I think that means everything from Paul's Sunday show will officially be sold. Not too often you get a chance to make offers on new sealed records. Like this is like something that I would probably, if we don't sell tonight, I'll put it back in new vinyl inventory. Sealed, Rush, Clockwork Angels, their last album, $44.99. It is a sealed copy, $44.99. Game of Thrones, this is also sealed from Record Store Day 2014, $44.99. One copy of Sabotage, The Wake of Magellan. Now, I didn't mention it, but this has a lenticular cover. When you move it, the ship moves, okay? See that? Very cool. When you move it, the ship moves. It's also on orange vinyl. It's their 10th studio album, 2 LP, 12-page book, and some pair. VG condition, $39.99, a 1971 pressing. And right now, if Brent wants it, he can have it for $35. If anybody else wants it, it's available. Brent says he'll take it. Let's go ahead and tag this right now to Brent for $35. Hold on a minute. Let me do my fingers right. $35 to Brent. Rydell Martin was first on the Rush. Mel Moss, you were second. Craig, that Doctor Who record that you got, was sealed. It was sealed, $36.99. Lillian gets Sabotage. Oh, man. Now we got one record left, the Game of Thrones. Who is going to clear out the bin for us? Let me see if I got another Rush Clockwork Angels over here, Mel Moss. I don't have another Rush Clockwork Angels, but I do have Rush Moving Pictures, Rush Vapor Trails, Rush Power Windows, Rush Fly By Night, Rush Signals, Rush Permanent Waves, Rush Hold Your Fire, Rush by Rush, aka self-titled debut, A Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres, Exit Stage Left. Those are all new and sealed LPs, remasters from the Rush catalog. Now, during all that, I did not have one Japanese pressing up for bid, but we're going to change that right now. It's a little bit later, but I think it would get there anyway. I'm going to go ahead and put this up for a $45 start. It is a near mint minus and pristine. Journey Escape. Japanese pressing. Don't Stop Believing. $45 start. It has the original Japanese insert, the original Japanese inner sleeve, the covers in shrink wrap of Obi. $45 start. Embossed cover in shrink wrap of Obi. $45 start on Journey. That's up for bid. We have Danny. Sabotage is already sold. Craig Weatherford offered Game of Thrones. Now, the only reason I'm going to go ahead and say yes, I know this is the Record Store Day edition, but we do have these in stock new for $39.99. So I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $35. Craig, that's sold to you for $35. Mel Moss wants on the Rush Clockwork Angels wait list. How much for Fly By Night? $39.99. Power Windows is $36.99. 42 Foxes, if you want a copy, say Power Windows sold. Look, an empty crate. Fantastic. Now, tonight we've went through, counting that one, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We've been through 14 crates tonight. It's officially time to do a major recap. So let me find the very first bins I went through, new vinyl and vintage vinyl. Let me do some condensing and try to figure out where I started from and condense down some of this. And let's go through some of it one more time. Like I said, still got some auctions to do. Let me condense some of this down. I think I can put some of this in here. Some of that over there. Yep. I need all these empty crates I can get. Okay, we'll start with this. Then we'll do some vintage check condition stuff. Buy it now, best offer. It is almost 11, so it's time to start doing some discount stuff. We've already started with that bin. They got wiped out. Final call to do a buy it now on Journey for $45. And let me go grab a Power Windows. Yeah, Fly By Night, that is pressed at QRP. Amazing sounding record. And Power Windows, oh my gosh. When it kicks in, when the big money comes on, it's an amazing sounding record. Rush records were really well produced. They were really well recorded, so They sound amazing on vinyl, especially when they've been remastered for vinyl. That's sold to 42 Foxes. All right, buy it now on Journey. Might be getting some late night buy it now deals on these Japanese pressings. It is late, even though there's still 199 people watching on both Facebook and YouTube and X. This is a buy it now for $40. We might end up running through some of this pretty fast. Auctions will kind of slow down this time of night, though. So probably some of that stuff, other stuff I had left, we might save for tomorrow. All right, so that's a buy it now. Here's some new stuff that came in for tonight. Get ready to, if you see something like, if you see something like Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd or one of these artists that there's a lot of the same album, please let me know exactly what album you want. So instead of Pink Floyd, put The Wall. That helped me out a lot because there's a lot of the same artists in here, like Pink Floyd. Our Pink Floyd and Zeppelin and Metallica sections and Kiss were pretty much wiped out. So this is Delicate Sound of Thunder, $49.99. Delicate Sound of Thunder, $49.99. We have Megadeth Euthanasia, $39.99. Megadeth Euthanasia, picture disc. Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder. That's a, by the way, 2 LP remaster. Originally came out in 1988. We have Megadeth, $39.99. Picture disc. The Wall, 2 LP remaster, Pink Floyd The Wall, $49.99. Pink Floyd The Wall. Also, Sturgill Simpson, The Sound and Fury, $33.99 for Sturgill Simpson. 2 copies of the Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. Gin Blossoms is $29.99. Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, $38.99. And also Saucer Full of Secrets, $33.99. That's the mono remaster. I've got a US version. There's really no difference. You can tell, though, they're a little bit slightly different jacket colors. I have a US version and a UK version of Pink Floyd More, the soundtrack they did to the film More. Y'all couldn't hear it, but I just had to sneeze. This is Pink Floyd, $33.99. Sherry Darnell wants Sturgill Simpson. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. I'll pull you a Sturgill Simpson. I'm going to go ahead and put Journey over here. Here's the no-bid auction stuff tonight. First, Journey was $45. A very nice copy of Escape, their classic album with Don't Stop Believing. We had a Janet Jackson tour book for $20, a Britney Spears tour book for $20, a Tori Amos tour book for $20, and another Janet Jackson tour book for $20. So those are some tour books that are still available for buy now. Sherry got Sturgill Simpson. Led Zeppelin 3 is $33.99. Alec, I hadn't done the Black Sabbath auctions. We may not do those till tomorrow. I got to have some stuff to auction. I am probably going to put up 1 or 2 more Japanese pressings. But right now, we're probably just going to finish focusing on recapping these bins and doing buy it now best offer. Right now, I have Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits for a $35 start. Been getting a lot of activity on these. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It is Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. It has the Japanese book. It also has the solicitation insert with it. $35 start with Obi. Jamie Wills Erickson is going to do a buy it now on the Journey for $45. That's so to Jamie Wills Erickson. Next is Paranoid, Black Sabbath, $33.99. $33.99. War Pigs, Paranoid, Hand of Doom, Electric Funeral. Genesis, We Can't Dance. That is the half-speed master, $46.99. 2 LP, Genesis, We Can't Dance. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love, $33.99. Mel Moss is at $40 on Simon & Garfunkel. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. You can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelter, $36.99. Earlier, we had Ace Frehley. What left, we have Peter Criss, Paul Stanley, and I got Gene Simmons still. Those are the Kiss picture disc, the solo album new picture disc, $38.99 each, including Gene Simmons. I have him in the Kiss rack. Chris Stapleton, Starting Over, $46.99. 42 Foxes wants a Black Sabbath Paranoid. That's so too 42 Foxes. That's a great decision. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. That is a 20th anniversary edition on red vinyl, $33.99. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, $33.99. And Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? Megadeth is $36.99. What was the tour? The last Janet Jackson. This one right here. This one's from the 2001 tour. This one here, it looks like a magazine. It's from her 2001 tour. 2001 tour book. All right, Mel Moss has Simon & Garfunkel for $40, final call. Let's go through some vintage stuff. Anybody wants anything in there to let me know. Lots of Pink Floyd restocks and Led Zeppelin. That's that's 2/3 of the crate. All right, so here's our first bin of vintage stuff that I went through. Check condition. So this is how we started the show tonight. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the switch. It is almost 11 o'clock, but we've already started with that other crate. You can do these buy it now, OBO, which means or make your best offer. Buy it now or best offer. 42 Foxes, or excuse me, Mel Moss. I'm going to go ahead and sell you the SG, the Simon & Garfunkel for $40. Thank you. That's sold to you for $40. And I've got one more to run, and that's the John Denver. We had one of these kind of like this the other night. This is John Denver Gold Deluxe. It's another Japanese pressing, another amazing John Denver compilation. Nothing wrong with Mr. Denver, right? $35 start. I wish he was still alive so he could grace us with an amazing concert at the Ryman or something. $35 start. John Denver Gold Deluxe. 1 LP, 2 LP. There's the inner sleeves and lyric inserts. Gatefold. Overall, a very nice package. $35 start. Continuing. Buy now, best offer. Anything in here. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. Of course, it's going to have spinning wheel, and You Make Me So Very Happy. VG condition, $9.99. Barabbas. Barabbas is VG Plus condition, $17.99. Barabbas, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Ira and Charles Leuven, the Leuven brothers. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Ira and Charles Leuven. Fresh Raspberries featuring Eric Carmen. VG condition, $12.99. You can go ahead and buy these or make an offer. Tim Hardin 2, that's VG condition, $24.99. A 1967 pressing. Tim Hardin 2, VG condition, $24.99. 1967. The Hullabaloo Show, the Hullabaloo Singers and Orchestra. Very cool. VG Plus $14.99. The Hullabaloo Show, that's on the original Columbia 2i label. Also, Jamming with Edward, Nicky Hopkins, Ry Cooder, and then members of the Stones, Jagger, Wyman, and Watts. VG condition on that, $14.99. And the Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rosenton Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. That's my philosophy on selling records. Anytime, any place, anywhere. And buying records. VG Plus $17.99, Rosenton Collins Band. Heroes de Plastico, The Devices, a 1981 pressing, VG condition, $9.99. $9.99 on that. Nick Brodron says, Jamming with Edward, $9.99. Nick, I will go ahead and sell it to you. Jamming with Edward for $9.99. It is a VG copy. Bob Dylan, Shot of Love. VG Plus condition, the covers in shrink wrap. Has the original inner sleeve, $24.99. Jackson Blaylock, I'll go ahead and sell you the Barabbas for $13. And James Vasquez gets the Alan Parsons Project. Final call to lock in a bid on the John Denver Super Deluxe before I sell it. It's at a no bid right now. If you for sure want it and you don't want to miss out and lose the buy it now, you can go ahead and bid, but you also may get outbid and have to pay more, therefore getting to an actual auction, but it's always up for grabs. But right now, until I make it a buy it now. We have the Doors, LA Woman, EX condition, $29.99. EX condition. Like I said, it's not OG because this would be a window cover. The original, this was like a piece of plastic, and you could slide this in and out, and it looked like a window. This is an early reissue. EX condition, $29.99. What do you have on the Raspberries? The Raspberries was in VG condition, $12.99. Fresh Raspberries, VG condition, $12.99. I think Jason Short wants a copy of The Doors. That's so did Jason Short. We have DC Stars Picture Disc, VG Plus condition, $14.99. DC Stars Picture Disc. Simple Pleasures, Bobby McFerrin, EX condition, $17.99. Simple Pleasures, Bobby McFerrin, EX condition, $17.99. Eagles, The Long Run, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Eagles, The Long Run, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Had a stray piece of paper on it. And Fleetwood Mac English Rose, VG condition, $44.99. A 69 Pitman press. The cover is VG or VG minus. It has some seam splits. John Denver's a buy it now for $35. First come, first serve. John Denver Super Deluxe or Go Deluxe. John Denver Go Deluxe, $35 buy it now. Awesome spine on it, cover, jacket, vinyl. Take me home, country roads. Almost heaven. West Virginia. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Daniel Farrow offered $10. There's a piece of paper again. Daniel Farrow offered $10 for Eagles. That was the long run. Daniel, you got it. Dan Davis, you were second. We have Beach Boys Concert, VG Condition, $9.99. Young, Gifted, and Black, Aretha Franklin, VG Condition, $19.99. VG Condition, $19.99. Christopher Smith on McFerrin for $12. Christopher Smith, you got it. $12. So do you. Thank you. Undisputed Truth, Law of the Land, VG Condition, $12.99. That is on the Gordy Motown. Got my G's and M's switch there. That's VG Condition, $12.99. John Lennon Fantasy, Double Fantasy. Couple good songs on here. Beautiful Boy, Watching the Wheels. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Woman. I think one side is Yoko, which is questionable. And then one side's John Lennon. That's the side you want to listen to. Daniel Farrow, The Year on the Beach Boys. Well, I can tell you for sure it was pressed sometime based on this label, that's a mid-60s Capitol label, and I think that's when the concert's from. It's actually the gatefold that has the book with it. A little dusty. It is 60 years old. Yeah, it's mid-60s. I can't give you an exact year, but yeah, it's the gatefold. It's on a 60s stereo Capitol label, and he says he'll take it. That is sold to Daniel. Pam said she'll do 10 on the raspberries. Pam, you bought it. That's sold to Pam Murray for $10. And it's Peter Green on Fleetwood Mac. Let's check the lineup on here. He should be. This is from that era. Peter Green, vocal and guitar. Danny Kerwin, Jeremy Spencer, John McVie, and Mick Fleetwood. This is the original bluesy Fleetwood. This is their second album, I think. I think this is their second album. Peter Green, Danny Kerwin, Jeremy Spencer, John McVie, and Mick Fleetwood. 69 Pittman Press. Yep. There they are. Sold to Scott Smith. Great decision. Also, we have the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, VG Plus Condition, $24.99. Jethro Tull, great music here. VG Condition, $9.99. I love this song. Nothing to Say. Inside is a good one. Teacher, of course. VG Condition, $9.99. And we have Rhythm of the Rain, The Cascades. VG Condition, $19.99. Rhythm of the Rain, The Cascades. That's on Valiant Records. VG Condition, $19.99. So that was all of our check condition stuff tonight. Now, there is other vintage stuff for me to recap and make buy it now best offer. But right now, that's what's left. One more time. Cascades, Tull, Stones, Lennon, Undisputed Truth, Aretha, DC Stars, Dylan, The Devices, Rossington Collins Band, Hullabaloo Show, Tim Hardin, Louvin Brothers, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I'm going to go ahead and set these aside. Let me find what was the next bin of new. Let's see, where's the bin we just went through? Right there, and this is the next bin. Okay, this is the next bin. So we have, yes, there is, sorry, you had to have been on 4 hours ago when we started this stream. You had to have been on to know this. When I started the stream, this black line was on there, and I think I can get it off, but I didn't want to mess up the feed. So, yes, you had to been here. It's one of those things you had to been here earlier. It was a lot of problem. A lot of crazy stuff went on when the stream started 4 hours ago. We have new and sealed Misfits, $33.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Restocks, Misfits, Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds, $29.99 for Sturgill. Led Zeppelin Presence, $33.99. And Kings of Leon is $39.99. Only by the night. Kings of Leon, $39.99. Only by the night. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99. And then this is a Pink Floyd unofficial. Montreux, 1970. I thought that's a really cool cover. Pink Floyd, Montreux, 1970. Pink Floyd live. It's a 3 LP compilation or 3 LP live unofficial $84.99. Pink Floyd. That's live in Montreux. One copy of Misfits Earth AD for $33.99. One copy of Judas Priest Painkiller for $29.99. Also, Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. And then some Led Zeppelin restocks. We had Presents. There's Led Zeppelin 2, one of my personal favorites. Whole Lot of Love, Ramble On, The Lemon Song, What Is and What Should Never Be, Bring It On Home, $33.99. Craig Rutherford wants a Kings of Leon. Jethro Tull Ted was VG condition, $9.99. And then House of the Holy, Over the Hills and Far Away. The Crunch, Dancing Days, $33.99. We sold OG copy earlier. Here's a new and sealed. This is $46.99. $46.99. This is Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $46.99. Joshua wants a copy of House of the Holy. He also wants a copy of Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 2 sold to Josh and House of the Holy. Phil Toretto gets a new and sealed Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I've still got copies of Van Halen live, right here, right now. 4 LPs, Van Halen live, right here, right now. That is $99.99. $99.99. Kanye West, late registration, $39.99 for Kanye West. Does this one have Go Digger on it? Go Digger featuring Jamie Foxx, $39.99. It sounds just like Ray Charles, you know. It's got that kind of... When I first heard it, I was like, what is going on here? OK Computer, Radiohead, $39.99. OK Computer, Radiohead, $39.99. David Bowie. Now, if you don't have this, you need it. Let me read you the Obi. $33.99, Half-Speed Master. This record was cut on a fully customized Late Newman VMS-80 lathe with fully recapped electronics from a 192 kilohertz restored masters of the original Trident Studio master tapes with no additional processing or transfer. Let me translate all that to you. This is a great sounding record. $33.99. Brian Arrigo wants one. I have one copy left. And Ice Cube Lethal Injection, $33.99. Ice Cube Lethal Injection, $33.99. Invoices going out tonight or tomorrow. A little bit of both. Mostly tomorrow, though. Mostly tomorrow. George Scherer wants David Bowie. I have 0 copies left again. All right. So, yes, let me further translate that for you. David Bowie is cut from the original master tapes. That's a cut from the original master tapes, which it's all analog. That's what you want. If you don't understand vinyl, when an artist recorded, when David Bowie was recording this in 1972, it's being recorded to tape. This tape, they cut this from a lathe, the original tape, basically to the process that directly manufactures the record. Meaning there's no digital. And as long as you don't play it digitally, you get the full sound experience. You got to make sure you have an analog amp, make sure, you know, your speakers are analog, and you're going to get the direct, pretty much direct source of that day, David Bowie, when they were mastering and mixing this album, which is obviously an all-time classic, Ziggy Stardust. So if you ever hear me say cut from the master tapes. Now, I may have missed some processes in there, but that kind of what that's saying. It's direct from the tape, the master tape, cut to the lathe that presses these records. $33.99. Brent, I only had 2 copies. If you're okay with a waiting list, I'm going to go ahead and stock up on these. I'm probably going to order 4 or 5 or maybe 10 the next time, and maybe next time I show it, I explain that. And we'll probably have a few more people buy some. So you'll be first on the waiting list if you want one. So if you ever hear me say cut from the analog, you're getting the true vinyl experience. But you got to make sure you've got an analog record, an analog amplifier or amp or receiver. You got to have the right speakers. And then you're getting the true analog experience. A tube amp is really cool. A tube receiver. You got to have really good speakers. But some of these albums in here are digital. Some of them are analog. Some of these new ones. Of course, if you're buying something vintage or old or original, it probably definitely is analog. It's definitely pre-computer. Some of these are digitally remastered or they're transferred They're digitally transferred. Some of them are cut directly from the master tapes, though. That's what we call an AAA or AAAA, all analog something, AAA. I don't get too deep into those weeds. I'll let the audio files take care of that, but I at least know what's going on. Here's what's left in here. Misfits, Sturgill Simpson, Led Zeppelin, Chris Farrar also wants on Ziggy. So, for example, I will say these Led Zeppelin remasters are amazingly, they sound fantastic when I listen to them. However, these aren't original analog recordings. These have been digitally remastered for vinyl. So when you listen to these Led Zeppelin remasters, they're not actually analog. They are digital remasters. However, you have you got to have the only, I think Led Zeppelin's only been remastered analog on those classic records, those 200-gram classic records, which are very expensive. And of course, if you're going to get a copy of this, Led Zeppelin 2, the Robert Ludwig is the best sounding record, one of the best sounding records ever made, in my opinion. If you get a really clean copy, of course, those sell for about $1,000 or $2,000 now, near mint ones. So there's Kings of Leon. We had Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, Pink Floyd, Montreux, Misfits, Judas Priest, Pink Floyd Metal, Led Zeppelin 2, House of the Holy, Van Halen Live, Kanye West, OK Computer, and we have Ice Cube, Lethal Injection. All right, there we go. So there's another crate. Let's go through another crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Let me set those right over here. Let me find the next crate of vintage we went through, which would be on the bottom of the stack, I think. There's those. Let me condense these before they slip. I had to empty a crate earlier. All right, there's more new vinyl, but we'll do that later. There's more new vinyl, but we'll do that later. Went through a lot of stuff tonight. And, yeah, here's the next crate. Everything in here is going to be buy it now, best offer. New vintage recap for tonight. All right. Here we go. Chris Farrar also on that David Bowie waiting list, if I didn't already say that. So we have Mike Love, Looking Back with Love. Mike Love from the Beach Boys. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer, $9.99. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City, $39.99. Very clean copy. Gatefold, John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. George Harrison, 33 1/3, $24.99. London Town, Paul McCartney, with the poster, $26.99, and the original inner sleeve. There's Denny Lane, who just recently passed away. There's Paul. There's Linda. Has the original inner sleeve. Looks to be a very nice copy. London Town, $26.99. Paul, The History of Country Music, Volume 3. I think the other volumes are scattered throughout the bins, but that one's $9.99. Charlie Rich, I Do My Swingin' at Home. That was $9.99. Charlie Rich, The Flying Platters, $9.99 on the platters. Graham Parker and the Rumor, Stick It To Me, $9.99 for Graham Parker. The Lovin' Spoonful in Woody Allen's What's Up Tiger Lily. So it's a movie, a Woody Allen movie. Lovin' Spoonful did the soundtrack, $12.99. The Best of Dwayne Eddy, $9.99. Milt Jackson, Olinga. Milt Jackson is a 1974 CTI pressing, $49.99. Lee Alvarado, First on the Platters. That's so to Lee Alvarado. Thank you, Lee. That's so to you. Great Moments in Radio, narrated by Jack Benny. This is $9.99. News, soap operas, comedy, commercials, adventure. The Young George Jones, $14.99 for George Jones. The Young George Jones. Dionne Warwick, Dion, $9.99. Also, The History of Country Music, Volume 5. There's Volume 5, $9.99. Earlier, we had Volume 3. I'm curious what the other volumes are. There's 3 and 5. We might can put them together and bundle. And we have John Lennon, Rock and Roll. This is on the original Apple label, $26.99. I hadn't seen any Chipmunks records lately. Well, Dan, if we have, they've been too rough to put out. Like I've said before, those kids' records can get really beat up. Those children's records can get really beat up. All right, anybody on anything in there? We sold one platters. Anybody want to make an offer on anything? They're buy it now, best offer. I'm going to read them one more time. And we have John Lennon, Country Music Volume 5 and 3, Dionne Warwick, George Jones, Great Moments in Radio, Milt Jackson, Dwayne Eddy, Lovin' Spoonful, Graham Parker, Charlie Rich, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, John Lennon, Mike Love. We just need a Ringo Starr album, but we already sold those. There was 3 Ringo Starr albums in there earlier. They were all gone now. All right, we sold that one. And let's go ahead and, let me see here. I'll leave those right there. But let's go ahead and go through the other one. If you decide you want to make an offer or want anything in there, just let me know. But before I do that, I got one more crate of new vinyl to run through. And then we'll do the next crate of buy it now best offer new stuff. All right, so here we go. Danny, all the new vinyl is sticker price. All the new vinyl is sticker price. The new vinyl is sticker price unless I'm discounting. We had a restock of Rush Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. I had 15 copies. I have 14. I have 1 copy left. I have 1 copy left. Charlie Rich, $6. And Great Moments in Radio. Oh, that's country music. Let's see here. I'll do the... Okay. Let's see here. What do we have? We have Jackie Reynolds, Charlie Rich, 6. Sold. Nick Brodgeron, Radio, 8. Sold. Okay. We have Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. Clutch, Blast Tyrant, $33.99. Experience Hendrix, The Best of Jimi Hendrix, $33.99. More Pink Floyd, $33.99. That was Adam Hartmother. Rob Zombie, Hellbelly Deluxe, $34.99. 1 copy left of Kiss Alive, $46.99. That's a remaster. Piper the Gates of Dawn Mono, $33.99. Dio, live in Philadelphia, 1984. That is on colored vinyl, $39.99. Firestarter soundtrack, $29.99. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $33.99. Dave Kavanaugh gets the Rush. Brent Roberts says George Jones and Last Crate, $8. Let me take a look at it. Brent, that was the Young George Jones. I will do that for 10, which would be 5 off. I'll do that for 10. The Young George Jones, Mr. Robley. Deal on John Denver. Rob, I'm going to keep it for 35 right now. The last time we had a John Denver, I showed maybe a little bit earlier in the sale. I think it sold for more like 50. So actually, I feel like 35 is the deal. I feel like that is the deal. What was the Kiss? There are several. We have lots of new Kiss albums tonight. This one was Kiss Alive, 2014 remaster, $46.99. And I guess that's all in this crate so far. Rob Watson says he'll take the John Denver. This is sold to Rob Watson for $35. We have Invisible Touch, $33.99 on Genesis. Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds, $33.99. Yes Drama, last copy, $33.99. That was cut from the original master tapes. Audio Slave is $33.99. And then Kiss Self-Titled, another 2014 remaster. Kiss is $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band. This is pretty much the only Tedeschi Trucks Band album still left, and I thought this was their most popular one. It is their most popular one. Midnight in Harlem, $34.99. That's Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator. That's some good stuff. I have one of those myself. Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning, one of his solo albums. Chris Cornell, $33.99. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, $49.99 on Uma Guma. Led Zeppelin, this is remastered. Led Zeppelin 1. You get the full album remastered and a 2LP live Paris concert, $59.99. Dirty Dancing was $29.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99. Led Zeppelin, The Lost Sessions, $39.99. Silver vinyl. Physical Graffiti, $44.99. And we still have a Megadeth unofficial, surprisingly. Megadeth is $46.99. Radio broadcast recording. Wake Up Dead in 2004. Mustaine, $46.99. James Vasquez wants D. DD was Dirty Dancing. That's so to James Vasquez. Anybody else? Anything in there before we go through that last crate of vintage recap? And then Brent, let me know if you want back in, or if you do want that George Jones for 10. I counted for 10, making sure I didn't miss your comment. Sherry wants a Zeppelin, Lost Sessions. That's right here. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Scott, oh man, welcome back, Scott. You were on at the beginning of the show. You were one of the first claims. Now you're still on. Scott O'Man wants Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Let me read those one more time. Everything here is still available. Chad, were any of those Metallicas in the new collection OG? I really don't know, but I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so. Megadeth, Led Zeppelin, Limp Bizkit, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Chris Cornell, Tedeschi Trucks, Kiss, Audio Slave. Joshua wants an Audio Slave. Yes Drama, Pink Floyd, Genesis, Firestarter, Dio, Pink Floyd, Kiss, Rob Zombie, Pink Floyd, Hendrix, and Clutch. Brent's going to pass on George. No problem. If anybody doesn't want this, I said I would do 10 instead of 15. It's available. I will say, I haven't seen this one as much. Burt Jordan says he'll take it. That's sold to Burt Jordan for $10. All right, let's go through that other bin, a vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. Let me stack this right here. What have and have I not gone through? I've gone through these. Okay. Let me put those in here. And let's go through this bin. All right, so everything in here is OBO or BIN, Buy It Now or Best Offer. I'll take a Pink Floyd Division Bell if you got one. That was, I think I've already shown that, or have I not? That was from the previous bin. I still got a Division Bell, yes. $49.99, or you can spend about $100 on an original. That's about what the OGs run for. $49.99. How much for Kiss? You'll have to let me know which one. I've shown 5 different new Kiss albums so far. Pink Floyd, this is sold to Rob Watson. Thank you. That's sold to Rob Watson. German Metallica blessings. Did you get the green vinyl and Justice for All? That's the only new one that came in. The green vinyl and Justice for All. The Paul Winter Sextet Jazz Meets the Folk Song, $9.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, 2nd anniversary, $9.99. Mondo Kane No. 2, Kai Winding, $12.99. These are Buy It Now, OBO. Different Strokes by the 4 Freshmen, $9.99. Original Oldies Volume 22, $9.99. The Turtles, So Happy Together by the Turtles. Beach Boys, Surfing Safari, that's $9.99. Retro Class Entertainment, that's Rydell Martin wants Gladys Knight. Thank you, Rydell. You get the Gladys Knight. That's sold to you. We have Nashville Saturday Night compilation, $12.99 for the Nashville Saturday Night. A treasure of great contemporary hits, like Mamas and Papas doing California Dreamin', dedicated to the one, and Monday Monday. How about Steppenwolf doing Magic Carpet Ride and Born to Be Wild? The Grassroots doing Midnight Confession and Let's Live for Today. Eva Destruction, Dream a Little Dream of Me. Try Little Tenderses, and MacArthur Park by Richard Harris. That is a unique compilation because those are all ABC Dunhill artists. Those are all artists that was on the ABC Dunhill, like the Mamas and Papas and Richard Harris and Steppenwolf, $16.99. Daniel Farrow wants OO for $7. Original Oldies, Daniel, you got it for $7. That's sold to Daniel Farrow for $7. Let me go ahead and start a new crate. We might get through this one, but or might fill up another one. I'm going to at least try. Next was the History of British Rock Volume 2, $24.99. This has the Beatles on it, and Billy J. Kramer, and Celia Black, and Peter and Gordon, Dave Clark 5, and the Searchers, and the Hollies, and Rod Stewart, and Donovan, and the Kinks, and the Tremolos, and the Trogs, and Dusty Springfield, and Van Morrison doing Brown Eyed Girl, and Cream doing Sunshine of Your Love, and The Who, and Badfinger, and the Bee Gees, and Elton John, and Deep Purple, and The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, and Thunderclap Newman. Another great comp. Those are 2 great compilations. That one's $24.99. Porter Wagner, The Bluegrass Story, $14.99 for Porter Wagner. The Windmills of Your Mind, Michael LeGrand, $19.99. The Illusion is $19.99. That's on the Steed label. The Illusion, $19.99. Daniel Farrow wants the British Rock comp. That's so Daniel Farrow. Brian Arrigo was second. Gruppo Sportivo, Mistakes, $14.99. $14.99. Andreas Voldenwalder, that is $9.99. Curvana Magica, $9.99. Cancel the British Rock for Daniel. Give that to Brian Arrigo instead. Brian Arrigo, you get the British Rock. Sherry Darnell wants Treasury Comp for $15. Sell this to Sherry Darnell for $15. I like that nice round number. Sell that to Sherry for $15. Iron Butterfly Ball, $19.99 for Ball by Iron Butterfly. Next is Don't Stop the Music. That is a sealed copy for $14.99. The Outsiders, $9.99. A mono pressing of The Outsiders, $9.99. Max Groove, Center of Gravity, $12.99. Max Groove. And All Aboard 71, the Country Club Malt Liquor 1971 sales meeting. Very odd record. Looks like there's some kind of cartoon called Captain Blue Malt Liquor. It's something going on here. Sealed for $44.99. Oddity. The Darling Buds is $9.99. The Leuven Brothers, somebody asked about this earlier. It is sealed from 1978, $26.99 on the Leuven Brothers. More Encore of Golden Hits by the Platters, $9.99. Ruthless People soundtrack in shrink wrap, $19.99. Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache, $9.99. And The Roaches, Another World, $9.99. The Best of the Temporaries, $12.99. Burt Jordan gets the Platters. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Next is A Taste of Country, Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country. Daniel Farrow on BT. That's Bonnie Tyler. That's sold to Daniel Farrow. Mahalia Jackson's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Square Dancing with calls and vocal instruction. Square Dancing instructions, $9.99. The Fix, 12-inch single of Sunshine in the Shade, $9.99. The History of Country Music Volume 2, sealed, unopened, $14.99. Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand. Ocean is $9.99. Has a promo sticker on the front. Karma Sutra label, $9.99. There's Volume 6, History of Country Music. That's $9.99. Christopher Brusha said JL, $6. How about we do JL, $8, Christopher? That'd be 20% off. That would be $8 on Jerry Lee Lewis. Peebo Bryson and Roberta Flack, $9.99. Born to Love. The Beatles, 67 to 70, $39.99. The Beatles, 67 to 70, Blue Capitol label. Very clean, very nice compilation. Let's Cha Cha Cha, $9.99. Wings Over America, Triple LP, live Paul McCartney, $36.99. And we have Against All Odds, music from the original motion picture soundtrack, Phil Collins, $19.99. Let's go ahead and do the $8 then on the Jerry Lee Lewis, $8 to Christopher Brusha. Tracy Soinger said $7 on Cha Cha Cha. That's sold to Tracy Soinger for $7. Julian Lennon, Valot, $9.99. Sweethearts or Strangers, Farron Young, also $9.99. How to Think, narrated by Steve Allen, sealed from 1972, $19.99. John Hammond, Solo. John Hammond is $29.99. John Hammond Solo. Kenny Rogers, Something's Burning. This is an OG Kenny Rogers album, gatefold, super clean vinyl, $19.99. Great Movie Thrillers, $24.99 for Great Movie Thrillers. Phase 4 stereo, gatefold London. We have Melissa Manchester, Home to Myself, $9.99. The Yes album, $14.99. There's some writing on the cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. VG, that is an original. This is a 75 pressing, 1975 pressing. Daniel offered $15 for Kenny Rogers. Sold. Michelle Miller wants the movie Thrillers. Sold. Scott Snee says Paul Winter, $7. Paul Winter, $7. Paul Winter, that must have been further back. I will find this, though, Scott Snee, and take a look at it. We have Paul Winter. Paul Winter. Where's Paul Winter? Oh, right here. Sell that to Scott Snee for $7. Josh Phillips says, Darling Bud, $7.99. I'm new. Let me know what I need to do if you accept. Well, since you're new, I would love to start a business relationship with you as a customer. So I'm going to accept your offer for the Darling Buds. You have one simple instruction, Mr. Josh Phillips. First of all, thank you and welcome. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message. Also, sorry for the black line on the screen tonight. That won't be there tomorrow. Send our Facebook page a message with your email address and your mailing address. $7 in limited shipping. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday. We do it every night. 1 week, $7 in limited shipping. That starts on Sunday and that goes through Saturday. Sunday through Saturday. That's the range. Just send us your information. Now, you won't hear from us. The invoices come through email. You may not hear back from us unless you're on here talking to me. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We do this every night. This is our newest arrivals. We put out new stuff and show it here every night. So we're a record and collectible store here in Tennessee. We put out our newest stuff every night. We try to price hundreds if we can. We show them live here every night. Some of them we auction. Some of them we put in the bins. We have other collectibles. We sold some tour books tonight. We sold some artwork tonight. We do a little bit of everything here. The original Cleopatra soundtrack, $19.99. $19.94 is $9.99. Carl Wilson, another Beach Boys album. Young Blood, $19.99. Paul McCartney and Wings, Red Rose Speedway, $26.99. And Girls of the Golden West, $9.99. Michelle said 15 on Cleopatra. So did Michelle Miller. Anybody else want anything in here? Just let me know. Welcome first-time buyers. Anybody that's on late and you saw something maybe earlier you wanted, now's the time to jump in on the fun because we do this every night. But you can start an order now. You can essentially start an order now and, it's all week. And we're on here. So some people watch for 30 minutes every night. Some people watch while they're at work. Some people watch when they get off from work. Some people watch all 6 hours, 7 nights a week. By the way, we put out 5 crates of new vintage stuff tonight. This is all that's left. We sold 4 entire crates of vintage LPs that were marked tonight. This is all that's left. We have Against AO, $15. Against AO. Against AO. Against All Odds. That's sold to James Vasquez for $15. James, thank you. Anybody else want to make an offer? I have one more bin of new vinyl to go through, and then I'm probably going to call it a night there. We didn't really get into discount stuff tonight, but trust me, we definitely will. I've got one more bin of new LPs to go through. I'm going to stop the feed, probably go eat, come back and clean up, and start getting ready for tomorrow night's sale. Are you able to get Ryan Bingham Tomorrowland? Danny Thompson. I don't know. I don't think that album's in print, Danny. I don't think that Ryan Bingham album is in print. Let me check right quick. I keep my computer over here next to me now. And I can look up Ryan Bingham stuff. I know I got to order more American Heartbreaks. Did you say Tomorrowland? That album is not in print. Ryan Bingham Tomorrowland. That album is not in print. Which that means that album's not in print. Which means they're not making it anymore. Which means you got to get an album on, you got to get a copy on eBay or Discogs, which probably, if somebody like Ryan Bingham has an album and it's not in print, that tells me it's going to be quite pricey. Give me 1 second. I don't even say that on vinyl. I don't know. Is that even made on vinyl? Yeah. I don't know if that was even. I guess it was. It's got to be pretty rare. Okay. New Metallic album. 72 Seasons. 72 Seasons is $39.99. Did you happen to get the 5 Iron Frenzy's new album collection? I did not. Do you sell the plastic album sleeve covers? I buy them on eBay. I sell them. Let me go get a pack. Well, you can just let me know you want a pack. A pack of 100 is $39.99. A pack of 100 is... I got them. Do I have them up here? I don't have them. Well, I've got a box here. I'd have to cut into it. But yeah, I have... we sell supplies. I'm going to try to start showing those every night. Because we could sell them every night, and I need to. So... All right, here's the last bin of new vinyl. There's some great titles in here. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $33.99. The Cult, Sonic Temple, green vinyl, The Cult, $39.99. Kiss, Crazy Nights, $33.99. Pink Floyd, Nebworth, $19.99. 2 LP, 45 RPM and book, $49.99. Ministry, Twitch, $39.99. Music on vinyl, Ministry. Pink Floyd, Relics, $33.99. The Yes album, this one's new and sealed, $33.99. Momentary Lapse of Reason, $33.99. Blackberry Smoke, that's on Orange Crush vinyl. Blackberry Smoke, The Southern Ground Sessions, $28.99. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors, $33.99. Chris Cornell, First Ever Hits Collection, $46.99. Kiss Crazy Nights, Kiss Creatures of the Night, $39.99 for Creatures of the Night. Peter Criss solo album on black vinyl, $33.99. Sabbath Volume 4, $33.99. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow, $33.99. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, that's on gold vinyl, $34.99. Sam Cooke, Wonderful World, The Hits, yellow vinyl, $28.99. Clutch, Psychic Warfare, $29.99. Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, $33.99. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $29.99. And Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $29.99. These are all sticker price, new vinyl. If anybody wants anything in there, let me know. Priest, Rob Zombie, Kiss, Clutch, Sam Cooke, Willy Wonka, Blackberry Smoke, Sabbath, Peter Criss, Kiss, Chris Cornell, Leonard Skinner, Blackberry Smoke, Pink Floyd, Yes, Pink Floyd, Ministry, Pink Floyd, Kiss, Cult, Led Zeppelin. Dan Davis wants Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. I've got one extra copy if anybody wants it. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and do the final touches. There's only 3 things that didn't sell tonight at auction. Janet Jackson tour book, Tori Amos tour book, Britney Spears tour book, and Janet Jackson tour book. That's the only 3 items that did not sell at auction tonight for minimum bid. Those are available if anybody wants them. I got a stack of great auctions here to do tomorrow, like John Coltrane and The Dead and Yes and Sabbath and Bowie and Ozzy and Kiss and Buckingham Nicks. We'll be doing some of that stuff tomorrow. I'm going to clean up here. We've had a great show. I've got a lot of new vinyl to condense and clean up. And we're back open. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays here at the retail store. So I got to have the store looking good for when customers show up here at 10 o'clock in the morning to pick up their orders. With that being said, thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Sherry Darnell wants both of the Janet Jackson tour books. Fantastic. So Sherry Darnell, you get Janet Jackson for $20. This is sold to Sherry Darnell for $20. This is sold to Sherry Darnell for $20. That leaves Tori Amos and Britney Spears. Thank you, Sherry, as always. One of our most loyal and best customers. Like so many other people watching right now that's probably been on all night tuned in with us. Couldn't do it without you. Keep a small business going. I appreciate it. Thanks for shopping local, or thanks for shopping small business. Much better than Amazon. I don't see Bezos live streaming 7 nights a week, right? I don't see Bezos streaming 7 nights a week. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night. I'm definitely finding some food ASAP. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. Thanks as always.